Sup, losers? What's going on? Yo, I'm on the other side today. You may have noticed. The reason for that is the video that we're going to watch was oriented poorly. So I moved. I think I'm going to move myself back, though, because quite frankly, it doesn't really do anything for me with the way I ended up deciding to do it. So I'm just gonna move both of us back, because that was silly. And I decided I didn't need to, so it's fine. Already more work has been put into this video than it ever deserved. Man, I gotta come up with better things for you guys to do with channel points. I apologize. I gotta come up with more. I'm up for suggestions if you guys want to suggest shenanigans that are viable. But hey, welcome. It's Tuesday. Welcome to the shit show. I hope you all had a good weekend. It is Halloween, so happy Halloween, everybody. I hope you guys are all having a grand old time, and I hope you guys have fun plans for tonight. But for now, you're stuck with me here in the Bone Zone. At least that's what I'm calling it for now. I hope you brought snacks, because we're going to be settling in for the long haul. I was debating on whether or not to put this on both Twitch and YouTube and stream to both at the same time, but I decided to just stick with Twitch for now, and then put it on YouTube later, maybe, if we're feeling like it. So, a little bit of backstory for anybody who doesn't know. Actually, I guess I should switch to this, shouldn't I? Hello! So a little bit of backstory for anybody who doesn't know. I did a stream a couple of weeks ago, probably almost a month ago now, that was about swatting, about somebody who was claiming they were being swatted, looked into it, they were not being swatted, took that stream, turned it into a video, and it garnered, it garnered a lot of really, really amusing reactions. I guess it'd be the way I would put that. So I just thought I would present you with some of these reactions so we can have a giggle at them together. I'm just gonna make sure I actually tell people that I'm live, because I have a really bad habit of not doing that. I have a really bad habit of just not telling people that I've gone live, and so I'm doing that. So, be ready to be amused. You got it. You got it. That's what's happening. This is gonna be some of the... It's amusing when you have, like, your own personal, like, draw from when it comes to, like, a select handful of idiots that you can just be like, oh, they're mad. That rattled even. So I have two videos. We are settling in for the long haul for this one, though, because the first video is like nearly 2 hours long. I'm gonna try and get through it as fast as I can, but we'll see how it goes. Also, I don't remember how long the second one is. I've already forgotten. That's how that's how much weight I'm putting onto this. So, are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. Sorry, I'll stop being a dick. Alright, there we go. Hey, April made it. Good to see you, April. Nice. Okay. So I downloaded these videos, by the way, because as you may remember, I was struggling the last little while. Oh no, this layout is so bad. Let's try that. See if that works. So I downloaded these videos just because it was anybody who's been here for the past couple of times, I've been having trouble with my my internet player, so like Twitter or YouTube has been taking their sweet ass time. Jessica, the fuck is Jessica? So we don't have side chat, sadly, for this, but well, whatever. Who's Jessica? Yeah, shitter is garbage. You're not wrong. I don't know who Jessica is. Oh no. Also, you will have noticed that the links down below, or the little tags down below, I haven't changed them yet, so they're gonna basically be don't worry about it. Oh no. Oh no, there's more that I'm unaware of. Lovely. I love it when it's a but wait there's more situation. Great. Lovely. Beautiful. Oh boy. I also decided to be able to go a little bit earlier today because I was awake, I was available mentally, I had the spoons for this. Sometimes I just don't, so I end up going a little bit later or a little bit later. But we're on time today. Oh god, I don't know yet. So there is a video from somebody named Essence of Thought that we're probably going to look at, but we're not doing that one today. We're going to look at that one another day. That will probably be next week. Maybe, we'll see. They're still, okay, so for anybody who doesn't know about Essence of Thought, that was like a whole big shtick like 3 years ago? 4 years ago now? And they had a big spat with another creator called Rachel Oates, who is a literary critic. And I guess that spat is still going on. So we might look at that. I'm gonna watch that video. Sometimes it's a good idea to watch the videos you're going to respond to beforehand, which we'll likely learn from what we're about to watch. And sometimes I choose to watch things ahead of time, sometimes I choose not to. In this particular case, with the Ethel video, I'm gonna watch that one first just to see what I'm getting myself into, because I'm like, it's been a long time, let's see where we're at. Whereas, for this one, I did see this one, we actually watched it in Discord, just after it had gone live, I believe, and I believe we waited for it to be done going, no, it was still playing, was it still playing? I don't remember if we waited or not, because I remember we were watching it a little bit sped up. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. I was folding laundry. But we have good times in the Discord, so feel free to join us in the Discord, and you can join us for stuff like this. We had a whole on, like, we were alive for like a good bunch of time just having a straight up good old time, and we kept forgetting about, like, we would pause the video and just go off talking about whatever we were talking about and be like, oh yeah, we should probably keep watching this. Alright, so I'm bringing it to you today. I haven't watched the second video we're gonna watch today yet, so this is what we're gonna do. So this is Erin. She made a video titled, as you can see kind of at the bottom there, it's a little bit cut up, discussing Cheshire Vic's latest video. She said she was gonna do this. So she came into the she came to the comment section of the SWAT video, because this is about the SWAT video. So for anybody who hasn't watched the SWAT video, go watch the SWAT video. She's gonna play it, so I'm not gonna bother playing it again for you guys. But unless you want me to. If you want me to, let me know in the chat. I'll play it. But she left a comment saying she was gonna go live to talk about my video, and I told her to link it, and she never did. So I don't know why she didn't want people to see it, but, you know, whatever. She said she came over to shill, and I was like, okay, weird, but sure. Yeah, put your link. She never put her link. So sad. So, yeah, do you guys want me to play the original video so we know what's going on? Or, no? Quite frankly, I'm fine either way. Who's this? This is somebody who decided they wanted to do a response video to the swatting video. She's I mentioned her in the video. She's this is Erin. She goes by EKC People Suck. I just don't know how caught up Twitch is for the video that I made off of the stream that I did. Yes. Okay. So yeah, I did a video that talked about how somebody who was claiming they were getting SWAT was definitely not being SWAT based on the information that person provided. Because they described the situation, which didn't sound like SWAT, and then they also posted the police report, which confirmed that it was, in fact, not SWAT. So, this is their reaction. Response is a little bit strong of a word. What's the word I'm looking for here? Very reactionary. Very much, oh, I heard this video was being made. I didn't watch ahead of time and freaked the fuck out. So we're gonna enjoy the freak out. So we're settling in. We're just settle in for a little bit of a long one here. Alright. Enough beating around the bush. It's time to dive in. Are you guys ready? Say hi to YouTube, because this will probably go on. This is gonna be a tuber. Alright. I'll stop dicking around. Let's turn the volume up. Let's fucking go. Let's mute that, because that's probably gonna get copyright struck or some crap. I don't know. We'll wait. We'll wait for her to start. Oh, God. Oh, no. Is that spoilers, April? You have spoilers for me? Hold on. What does it say? Please do not send hate or harass anyone mentioned in this video. Thanks? Any views or opinions represented are personal and belong solely to EKC People Suck, and do not represent those of people that EKC People Suck may or may not be associated with in professional or personal capacity unless explicitly stated. Okay, so basically she's just saying, I'm not speaking for anybody except myself, except for when I'm speaking for other people. Okay. This was a stream. So that, yeah, they did a live stream. So I downloaded the stream because I've been having trouble with my media player recently. Like, it just has not been playing very well. So I just downloaded it so we didn't have to worry about it cycling for years and forever. Yeah. No, yeah, it was a stream.
Hey everyone.
Hi.
How is everyone? I'm an idiot. I never posted this on Twitter till like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah?
Pissed. I meant to do it a half an hour ago. That's why I made the stream. I would have done the stream in like 10 minutes from creating it. But I'm like, no, I want to give people time to hear about it. So this way I can post it to Twitter. And of course I forget to do that. Anyway.
I forget that all the time. Don't
How's
worry about
everyone's
it.
Saturday? I have the day off. I was supposed to go to Darien Lake today. But because they do like this like October fright fest thing or whatever there, and it's cool because like it's a little bit off season.
I'm an idiot and stream. I mean, you really, that's yes. I mean, I forget to post that I'm going live. I mean, I said that earlier just in this stream, that I'm like, I gotta make sure I tell people I'm going live, otherwise I'll forget, and I never tell anybody what I'm doing. I feel that pain. I feel that pain. That pain there.
So you don't have to wait in all those long lines to go on the rides, and when you do have to wait in line, you're not doing it in like 100-degree weather. You know, that's why I love it. And then there are water rides I could care less about, but it's like a 2.5-hour drive. It doesn't really make sense to go unless you can spend the night there, at least in my opinion, because you want to be able to hit everything like more than once. You know, I mean, who doesn't love roller coasters all day long? But they're not open tomorrow, so I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do now.
That's
anyway,
sad.
So now I have the weekend off.
Congratulations! I hope you enjoyed your weekend.
Let me see here.
It doesn't sound like it from what we're about to watch, though.
Hi, Autistic Shell. Hi, Steffi. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, Megan. Hi, Lily. Hey, Eliar. Sunny D. April.
We don't have chat. Like
hey, Kino. I have to watch you on Nikki's stream. I haven't watched that yet. So Yeah, so I woke up this morning and opened up my message.
So I guess I'll briefly. There was some concern for Steve's female roommate since there were the police report said there were domestic violence calls going on at that place, and that would be Kano. Kano has since, from the looks of things, shown up and said that they're fine. So for anybody who was legitimately concerned about her, she says that she is fine. So take that for what you will. Take it, leave it, whatever. She's saying that she's fine.
And I had a message about, I forget what it was. It was something. Oh no, this way I sent a message. I was sharing something with someone, and then they came back and I learned about this video that Cheshire Vic put out there. Now I get it,
Hello.
Cheshire Vic and Steve, like they have their animosity and shit. Now I get that, you know, and I'm not going to comment on that. You know, even if neither one of them no longer respects their friendship with one another, I still respect their friendship with one another. So I'm not going to give comment on that. I was.
What does that mean? You respect that I had a friendship and business relationship with somebody? What? Huh? Am I supposed to just, like, let Steve be a transphobic piece of shit without comment because it's Steve? I should just avoid him out of respect for previous business relationships or friendship relationships, even though he specifically tried to fuck me over? I will respect your friendship for you. Yeah, does she respect the present relationship or the past relationship? The past relationship, clearly. What an odd position to think that you would have a say in this. How bizarre. Could you imagine that? Hey, listen, I respect Monica Rial and Vic Magnana's previous working relationship, so I'm not gonna comment on it. What? Okay. you don't think that's a... You thought there was a... Please. And even in a current relationship, it would be a good way to criticize the person if they go... So, like, here's the thing. I've talked about Steve a couple of times, specifically only when things have, like, been something that was in relation to me, like his GoFundMe that he never followed through on, and is still open, and he's still taking money from people for a case that does not and cannot exist. And I specifically spoke about that one because I talked about it and pushed it when I thought he was still going to be doing something with it, and when things were, like, still possible. And so I spoke about that. I've spoke about him being transphobic, and I've spoke about him being racist with his CRT stuff. Because I'm not going to shy away from talking about an idiot bigot just because that idiot bigot is somebody that I used to work with. Like, I'm not gonna treat Steve special just because he's Steve, right? We should respect an old relationship even if one party turns into a sociopath after curb bonking. Oh, Jesus. I thought she was saying she isn't mad at you because you had a fight with her friend. Just can't get over... Oh, okay. Okay. That's a better interpretation. I definitely didn't understand what the fuck she meant. I respect your previous relationship. Huh? Alright, sorry. Let's
kind of... So as I'm watching the video, it's a short video, I'm like, why am I even being mentioned in this? Like, what the fuck? And then you hear the things that were mentioned. It's like, how is it that people who spout that they're so concerned with facts and everything and just don't bother to obtain any or learn any? Like, it was almost like they were trying not to learn the facts or
Me?
the actual events in which they happen. I mean, it's...
You mean reading directly the police report that Steve posted is me not getting the facts of a situation, or reading Steve's direct description of the event is not getting the facts of the situation? This is why I think she hadn't watched the video first. Let's just... No, I don't think she watched it first. Obi-Wan should respect Anakin after he slaughters the younglings. Ow! You're gonna kill me.
Ridiculous. I mean, I was really dumbfounded when I heard this. Like, how can you be so willfully ignorant? You know, I don't get that. Like, even if it helps to further push your narrative or whatever.
What narrative?
You have to realize just how much of a hit your credibility takes when you are obviously so willfully ignorant. You know, I mean, that can't be good for your narrative, right?
What
anyway,
narrative?
I digress. I'm going to play the video.
All I said was that it wasn't swatting. Tell
Let me go pull
Elmo!
it up again. Where is it?
Oh, she lost the video.
I thought I had it pulled up. Why do I have one of my videos pulled up? I wasn't watching that, was I? No. Anyway.
I don't think she watched the video beforehand.
So, and I'll put the link. Okay, so like I've always refrained from putting a link to things I was commenting on because it's like, fuck that, why do I want to help them? But really, it comes down to it. That's kind of a dick move, I think, on my part, because if I'm using their content for commentary, well, then as a fellow content creator, I feel like I should share the link at least. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to really try and make more of a conscious effort in doing that, because no matter how much I may emphatically disagree with something that I'm showing on my channel, the fact that I'm still showing it on my channel and commentating on it should at least warrant the person's video enough respect to at least link their fucking video. And it's taken me a while to come to this conclusion, and I'm a little embarrassed by that. I'll be honest. This is definitely a major fuck up, I think, from me over this entire time on YouTube, but I'm going to correct it.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Even
I agree that if you're referencing something, you should post your references, not because you have respect for the person involved, but so that way people can check your sources and can find what you're talking about and check that you're not like taking people out of context. It's for transparency's sake. I mean, I don't know, like. She makes a lot of content about this lady called Katie Joy that a whole group of them fucking hate, and now she's going to shill Katie Joy's shit for her to her audience who hates Katie Joy? Like, what? I don't understand. But yeah, hold on. I'll double check her video and see if she did link link it. Since you guys are asking. Videos, lives. It'll be a live. When was this from? 2 weeks ago. Damn, she almost got 1,000 views. Not bad. Apparently, like comparatively. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. This is the video. See how it's cycling? This is why I downloaded it. She did not. She didn't post a video link. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, no. You can see that there's no link. It's not even a pinned comment. Oh. That is funny. Sorry, that's really funny. I'm really gonna try and make a conscious effort to do these things out of respect for the other people. Fucking never mind. I mean the comment section? Yeah, maybe we'll see how much time we have. We'll see how much time we have. We can I'll leave this up and save this for later. And we'll see if we can go through the comment section. We'll take a look. Take a quick boo. That's really funny. Here is the video, by the way, for anybody who does want to go check it out. Here's a link to it. But I mean, I tend to read out and show everything on screen. But in case you wanted to watch it in its entirety. Oh, that got sorry, that got me. That's I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. I didn't even think to look. I was just like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Oh, this is a good start. We're 5 minutes in. Oh, no. Okay.
For videos like Katie Joy, I'll correct it. Except for the ones that she has deleted off her channel. Then fuck that.
Well, you can't link a deleted video, sure.
So I'm going to put the link in chat here, and I'll put it in description when I'm done.
Wait. Are you typing out the...
There we go. All right, so for anyone who wants to check it out, but I am going to be pulling it up right now, watching it. So...
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna check the side chat. This is 5 minutes in. 5 and change. Chat replay. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so she linked it here. So if you needed to really find it, you can find it. Alright.
So, it's titled, YouTuber Steve McRae Got Swatted.
Oh, come on. Wait, come on, hold on. There is an exclamation mark and a question mark at the end of that title. You gotta give me a little bit of credit. It got swatted? What? Come on. Oh, boy. Also, this layout, I hate it. I hate this. I hate this for a couple of reasons. Mostly because there's so much blank space on this side and this side. Like, this is just empty space, empty space, empty space. Like, there's a reason why my layout is as, like, condensed as it is, and it's so, we can barely see her, and even if I make it big, it's still all this empty space. So she would probably do herself a little bit of a favor if she didn't have this window so elongated. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I can understand. It's just, so the reason, like, it looks a little bit... Part of the reason why I should say it looks like this is... I think she's using Streamlabs. And so Streamlabs will have, like, preset layouts. And she's picking one of the Streamlabs preset layouts. But the layout that she's chosen has this really oblong rectangle that just does not utilize the space very well. What's Steam Labs? Oh my god, Al, that's a throwback and a half. And the only thing that's kind of sad about this is I do not have... I'm gonna try and turn on... I don't have subtitles.
Just, I don't know, not transparency's sake, but maybe transparency's sake. Let me just come right out and say that I do not think Steve was technically swatted. I don't. Much like in the same
so
way,
I'm right.
Or in the same statement I made regarding Katie Joy's claims of swatting, there was no swat which occurred. However, that doesn't mean that the person calling for cause for the call to happen did not have the intent of swatting in mind. I firmly believe that the person who allegedly called on Katie possibly had that intent, as well as the person who called on Steve having that intent. And that alone is, I think, enough to be actionable.
Actionable?
I think that the person doing the call...
So, like, all right, yeah, whether or not you succeeded in committing a crime doesn't mean you're... Like, if you failed at the crime doesn't absolve you from culpability. Yeah, of course. Right? It doesn't seem like she watched it. Right? I don't think she watched it beforehand. You know what? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. New poll. Do you think? Hold on. Do you? Fuck. You think Erin watched the video before stream? Question mark. Yes. No. In part. Yeah, that works. Okay, there you go. You guys got a poll. I mean, the thing is like, it's also really hard to prove that somebody's, like, falsely called the cops for a swatting attempt. So, I mean, I think I talked about this a little bit in the video, where it's like, if you wanted to call SWAT, then you need to do, or you wanted to try to SWAT somebody, you would actually need to be, like, that there's, like, an emergency at the location, which was not at all the case, according to that. So, like, the person who was calling, who was attempting SWAT, if that were the case, didn't know how to do it, at the very least. But yeah, I talked about that in the video. I don't disagree with this. But she doesn't disagree with me either, so, you know. Isn't Bulbasaur cute? He's the best. Look at him. Oh, little guy. Oh, there's a butter for Schmeppo! Oh, God, it's so cute.
Should still be held to the same accountability head as if a swatting did in fact occur. However, it doesn't mean that a swatting did in fact occur. You know what I mean? And also, like, I'll explain it all in the comments. I just want to get that out there. But that doesn't mean I disagree with Steve. I just don't think he was swatted. That's it.
Yeah.
But he has
same
every right, though, to be heavily concerned about this, because it is fucking crazy whether people showed up and kicked down a door or rang a doorbell. It's definitely concerning. Anyway.
Why is it okay for Steve to be freaked out, but not okay for Katie Joy to be freaked out? Because, like, half of her comment that she left on the video, because like I said, she left a comment on my video, right? And in that, hold on, let me pull that up real quick. In her comment, because I'm going to show you what people say instead of just telling you what they say, so I don't misrepresent anything. But if I go to the swatting video, and we go down here and we see, let's see if we can find it. Here we go. This one. I'm going to say the same thing that I said when Katie claimed to have been swatted. A SWAT team didn't show up, and since they rang the doorbell instead of breaking down the door, a swatting experience was not had, though that is very likely the intent of the caller. Unlike Katie Joy, Steve is not crying all over social media claiming to be traumatized by the alleged swatting incident. Well, okay, but you're saying that Steve's feelings are valid, but Katie's aren't. Why? Right? Like, so why is one okay and the other one isn't? Hey, Honest Right, good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, whatever.
So we'll start her video.
Traumatized by being talked to early in the morning.
So, we talked about this on a Dumbfect Friday, and me and Manya kind of went over how just this general statement is bullshit. But a little bit more has come out since. So this one says, on September 12th, 2023 at 5:48 a.m., I was swatted by an anonymous false domestic violence call, and 4 armed police abruptly pounded on my door by a female reporting part.
I didn't know that 4 police officers. I didn't even realize that. That's a lot of fucking police to show up for a call.
It's normal.
I mean, usually it's just 1 cop that shows up, maybe 2, but 4? Like,
it's usually 2 at minimum, because cops use the buddy system. But 2 cars showing up for this kind of a scenario is not unheard of or unusual.
There had to have been 2 different cars.
Although it's really weird that she accused me of not knowing what I was talking about or doing research or looking at facts to then be finding out facts from my video.
at the very least.
It's never
That's
one
two cars
cop, yeah.
being allotted to
One
this
cop-
call.
It is possible that one cop is like the one that goes to the door and the other one hangs back. That can happen, but no. Cops use the buddy system.
That's not something that they just execute lightly, I don't think. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Party. I have the event report and the threat of it prior to the swatting, and still YouTube creators could not help me. So
yeah, YouTube's not going to care.
This is absurd, and we went through a little bit more detail
She
on
agrees with
Friday
me.
about why this
Weird.
is
Yeah, and since I have the weekend off, I'm indulging in a cocktail. I've come to find out that my body doesn't like to drink once it gets past like 6 to 8 p.m. But during the day, I'm a fan,
She's a day drinker.
and it's really yummy.
I approve. It's just kind of an absurd statement to have made, and is kind of nonsensical. But I'm gonna go through it really, really quick here. At 5:48 a.m., I was swatted by an anonymous false domestic violence call. A domestic violence call is very unlikely to engage SWAT, specifically because SWAT deals with armed bomb threats, armed hostage situations, incredibly dangerous.
Well, if the domestic incidents call involves the abuser in possession of a firearm, maybe not SWAT. I mean, I don't know. I think that that's something that would be considered. No?
No.
But domestic violence calls are absolutely like potentially very dangerous situations for all parties involved, including the officers.
So, fun fact, I looked at the police report. It was a general disturbance. So, in this domestic violence call scenario, could you come up with a hypothetical call that involves domestic violence? Because the thing is if it is a hostage situation or if it's a domestic violence situation where a man or a woman is holding their significant other at gunpoint, it becomes a hostage situation, and it is no longer called a domestic violence situation, even if they are still domestic partners. They change the title of what it's called because it entails more things and more crime. Go figure. But yeah, surprise, surprise, I debunk what she says. If you want to come up with a scenario, it will no longer be listed or called a domestic violence situation at that point. Good example is the domestic violence call that Miss Heard got, and we all know how that visit went. Correct. But yeah, at this point she's arguing, could it hypothetically bring SWAT in? It wouldn't be no, because it wouldn't be listed as a domestic violence issue. It'd be listed as something else. It'd be listed as a hostage situation in the example she gave. So,
or the responding people, whatever. I mean, because you don't know what you're walking into. You don't know what kind of crazies you're walking into. You don't know who's. I mean, that's just assume that it's like a nothing call. I mean, that's crazy.
Right. So, just a general domestic violence call would not.
She definitely didn't watch the video beforehand, because I looked at and I show the police report. Not only that, but she hasn't looked at the police report as of this point in this video, because if she had, she'd known it was listed as a general disturbance. Then I'm not just dismissing it offhand. Okay.
Not engage SWAT. For armed police, all police in America are armed. So there's a big difference between the police are breaking in, guns drawn, instead of the police had weapons. It's like
I will agree that she does have a point. Like, to point out that the police are armed is kind of an odd thing to point out in America, because they're all fucking armed. You know, like they have tanks and shit. Of course, they have a lot of guns at their disposal, and they're always, in possession of one. That is kind of a weird thing to point out. However, like, for armed police officers showing up at your door is something that's definitely worthy of pointing out. I mean, that's a big deal. And also, I want to point out too, like, Cheshire lives in Canada, and I'm very, very happy for her that she doesn't have the same maybe causes of concern that we here in America have regarding our armed police officers. You know, because I'm guessing that maybe Canadian police officers, they're not all armed, I believe. Maybe only under like specific, maybe their SWAT team is actually carrying guns.
You're doing a lot of maybes for being so up in arms about somebody you assumed who did a video without having information. No. The police in Canada are armed. The police in Canada are armed. Yeah, she's just agreeing with me so far. She's disagreeing, or sorry, she's agreeing with me and then trying to throw shade on by making false, like just being wrong about things. So like it's not unusual for 4 police officers to show up. She is saying that the situation should be taken seriously, but 4 armed police officers is a big deal. She's wrong about guns in Canada and the police and what concerns exist in Canada due to the police. Also, I'd like to point out Steve lives in California, which has one of the lower police issues compared to, like, I don't know, Detroit. Also, Steve's a straight white man who lives in, like, a suburban area. Like, he doesn't live, like, on the wrong side of the tracks, if you know what I mean. So, like, you know, maybe his concern for police officers as a vet, because he's also a Navy veteran, so like, you know, whatever. Context.
Maybe that's what constitutes a SWAT team in Canada. I don't know, but I just want to point out how very privileged it is of her to mock.
We have SWAT in Canada. It's just called something different.
These concerns of Americans that she'll never really have to contend with. No,
you have no idea what I'm contending with.
It's a big deal. Cops here are scary. I don't care who you are. I don't care why they're being called. Cops are fucking scary, dude. Especially here in America. Like she just pointed out here, how they're all armed. Exactly.
Did I say that Steve? Did I in this video so far say that Steve shouldn't be worried or concerned? Did I say that? Is that a thing that I said? I don't think I said that. Like, yeah, of course they did. Abruptly pounded on my door. They knocked. You know what SWAT doesn't do?
I've never known police officers to just knock. Like this. I've never known a cop to do that. No. What I've known a police officer to do is more like, that's banging, that's pounding. That's what they do. They don't just lightly and gently knock.
Is she trying to argue the semantics of what constitutes knocking at a door? Because I would love to know what type of knock could possibly exist without it being abrupt. Right? Specifically, a knock constitutes being abrupt because it's supposed to be a sound that will alert you to the presence of someone on the other side of the door. The police also need to make sure that you hear them. And if you recall, it's also at 5:48 in the morning, so they also want to make sure that you hear them if you're asleep. How do you know they didn't knock lightly and then knock louder afterward? Like, what are you talking? You're really? The only way you know how abruptly they did or did not pound on the door is Steve's word, unless you have video and audio confirmation, I guess. If you're gonna try to make this argument, there's no such thing as a loud knock. Oh gosh, shit, my bad. SWAT doesn't knock, their knock is your door flying across the room and a flashbang going off. That is not wrong. That is not wrong. Oh my god. It's feline, it's not even good semantics. It's imagined semantics about knocking. Oh dear. Okay. SWAT doesn't not?
I don't know from firsthand experience. I should point that out.
You don't know. Wait. So she just said and gave a whole demonstration of what she knows the cops to do, and then immediately paused and said, "Well, actually, I have no firsthand experience of the police ever knocking on my door." Who's the privileged one? I've had cops show up at my house before. I also had to deal with cops when I worked at. I had theft go on at a store that I worked at once. Sounds like I'm not the privileged one here who hasn't had to ever deal with police that were armed, even. Goodness. That's not a thing that SWAT does. SWAT is like, shoot first, ask questions later. Yeah.
All police are like that here, not just SWAT. All police are like that here. They're all like, shoot first.
No.
We'll worry about the rest later.
Okay.
We'll lie about it later. Whatever, okay. I digress.
That is not true. There is a wide spattering across America when it comes to like how police officers are trained, because specifically, not only is it a county by county thing, but it's also very much a state by state thing, and different police officers get different amount of funding and they get a different kind of training, although there are things that are across the board. Right, so the things that are across the board is like general terminology is usually generally across the board. There is a basic amount of training, like a minimum, but when it comes to like whether or not your police are more or less aggressive, part of that will widely vary across like what state you're in and then what county you're in. It's not all the same. So, like I said, there's a really big difference between California or rural California, or like if you're in the middle of like buttfuck nowhere, and Detroit versus like Detroit the city versus like outside of the city itself. So there's a difference between like, there's a whole, like, have you ever seen Super Troopers? There's a difference between intercity cops and like your officers that go, that exist on the highway, like your highway patrol, right? I wouldn't call this out if she didn't say it first, but she said Chesh doesn't care about facts, and this lady didn't do any research based on the fact that she's using uncertain language and is also wrong about things. Yes, correct. But yeah, you can actually look up, there's websites that look up, or that keep track of like police deaths across America, and they'll show you like they'll talk about the statistics of like, you can look through like, area by area, and you can actually look through this if you want to. It's a relatively interactive website. Whatever. You can look up this information if you're really that curious about it. This lady doesn't know the first thing about police, SWAT, law, or anything else. Apparently she doesn't know what knocking is, because apparently she's got to argue about that. So I think that's our baseline is, can you identify a knock?
They don't all lie, but seriously, all police
Correct.
are pretty much trained to just shoot.
No. No, the issue with this bothers me specifically because like the issue is not that they're trained to shoot first, ask questions later. It's that they're trained to shoot if they feel threatened, and a lot of cops live on like a 9, so they feel threatened by like the smallest fucking thing because they're trained to feel threatened. That's the issue. And the issue is that they are not good at de-escalating situations. Right, military policing. Exactly. So if you're gonna try to like circumvent the actual issues and take advantage of those issues of which people are dying, so you can justify Steve's stupid tweet, like, are you serious? That you already agree with me about? Like, you're really? Really? Ugh. Email reporting party. So this is just a weird sentence. What he means is the person who called in the false domestic violence report was a female, according to the police. Yeah.
Probably because a female calling, I think, would just automatically, subconsciously elicit more of a urgent response, possibly, out of those receiving the call. I don't know why. I just feel like that could be the case, but I could be wrong on that.
Why do you
mean, I
think?
guess
Wait,
not
hold
every-
on. Why do you think that? I mean, the person who. Okay. You're going to get a different response if you're calling and you're the one being assaulted. So, like, if I was, let's say I'm married and I'm married to a man and that man attacks me and I'm the one calling the police then and I am currently being attacked, that's going to elicit an emergency. But if my neighbor calls because they hear me and my significant other yelling at each other, no matter who my neighbor is, that's not gonna change that scenario. Right? Why do you... Impossible that some person heard noise at 5 in the morning in an apartment complex and asked the police to check it out. No, not possible. I just don't... I think this might be... You might want to reflect on this one a little bit.
Everyone is sexist, but everyone's sexist a little.
I have the event report, meaning the police report number. She just admitted what she said was sexist, but then dismissed it by saying everyone's sexist a little. Okay. Alright. Sure. Why not? Let's just go with that.
Everyone's sexist a little.
I have the event report, meaning the police report number, and the threat of it prior to the swatting.
Number? He didn't say anything about number. He said they had the report, not the number.
I have the event report. It's a number. Which, best I can tell. The event. Are you serious? And this is how you know she didn't watch the video. She didn't watch the video. She hasn't even she hasn't looked at any of Steve's fucking shit about this. What do you think an event report is? It comes with a number. This. Usually there's like a couple of letters like dashed in there, but it's not like a word. What do you think they titled it? That time we swatted Steve. That's what it's listed in the filings at the police station. Okay. There was a YouTube channel that was named something about Steve and swatting. And still YouTube creators could not help him.
Wait, what?
The fuck does he want? Does she not know about this?
Read of it prior to. I don't know what. I don't know what that means.
YouTube to do about it. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? There was I was able to confirm it a little bit later on that there was an account that was like, Steve, if you don't do this, I'm going to swat you, and that was like the name of a YouTube channel, right? Like, or not a channel, because they didn't have any content, right? It's like this person made an account yesterday, and that's what they named the account so they could leave like chats or whatever, so that has that in the name to like make some kind of threat. How does Erin not know about this? It would seem you would think that would seem important. So from the best I can tell is Steve thinks that he's being threatened or extorted for his YouTube channel, but I don't know what extorted would look like. What, like...
Exactly. You don't know. You don't know. And you don't talk to Steve anymore. So you wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know if there was something that he just interpreted that way. You don't know. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's happened. And I get that. I get that. But you just assuming that it's all bullshit. I'm telling you right now is false. Is wrong. It's not bullshit. Though I don't think that this was necessarily, at least not from when he made that tweet, there was no, I think, belief that this was in any way, shape, or form an extortion attempt for his YouTube channel.
So I'm right?
Possibly my opinion has changed since then, but that's not what it was at the time, I believe. No, I think what this call was an attempt at confirming Steve's address. That's what I think this was. Me personally. And I'm pretty sure Steve might kind of think something along that lines too, but
Then why would he confirm it? Then why would he tweet about it and make it public to therefore confirm for those people? Like, if that's what he thought, that's really stupid if that's what he was doing. And his address was already public record. Correct. He had quote unquote, like, even by the time I had made this video, there was already talk about that his new address where him and Kano live was already public information because he got served paperwork for his restraining order. He got a restraining order from a lady so that it would be part of the public record. So his address, he wouldn't need to confirm his address. He already had a restraining order. The address would be on the paperwork. What does any of this have to do with whether or not it's SWAT? And what do you mean, like, oh, you don't know what's going on, so why are you even questioning that this is all bullshit? When, like, I don't think he's getting extorted either. I'm right, but fuck you. Like, that... What? Right, why would he call it swatting and not an attempt to find out his address? Right, yeah, Huckskull, that's a good point. What makes you think that's the case? Like, if you're gonna say, like, this is what you think happened, okay, not that it changes anything that I've said, right? Because Steve claiming he's being extorted without actually showing what people want or showing the whatever was being asked for in a point of extortion. Why do you think whatever you think about this? He made it public. People are gonna talk about it. It's still not swatting.
I don't want to speak for Steve.
Like, what do they want? Then speak for you. You said that you believe that this was not the case, or you said that you think this thing about extortion, or whatever the fuck. Why? What makes you think that? Tell Elmo. From you. Like, that's how extortion works. Now, if somebody's reporting your videos that you may or may not have done 25 hours yourself directly of streams about them, and they're calling out for privacy after you tried to contact their family via Facebook, yeah, that's not a...
Yo, fam. You know a lot of fucking information here.
Do I?
So either you're like fucking balls deep in all of this shit, like you're talking with all kinds of people, you know, that are also knowledge or informed on things, or you're just stalking the shit out of Steve. I don't know which. I honestly don't know which. I'm not making any accusations here. I don't know.
I'm not making accusations, but
it's very likely one of those two things to some degree.
I thought you just said exactly, I didn't know, and I shouldn't be speaking on things, and it was really, really important that I didn't know anything about what I was talking about. Maybe, Erin, you should watch the video first. Also, I have a little secret about my information collecting that I'll tell you near the end of this video. I'm not gonna tell you guys right now. You gotta stay till the end, and I'll tell you my little secret and answer her question here. It's actually, you know what? It's so important that I answer this question that I'm gonna write it down. I got like a little spiral notebook. I'm gonna write this down real quick. Hold on. My super secret info gathering techniques. It's a straight up, like, seriously, it's a straight up jutsu. I'm just magical. Go figure. But her question, she seems to think I don't know anything, but now is very curious as to why I would know that Steve had done 25 hours plus, give or take, about a lady that has an RO out against him, and that his videos some of his videos about her were removed due to that restraining order, and that the reason those ones in particular were removed was because they had personal information that was supposedly gotten from her family from forever ago. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil my super secret information gathering techniques. And listen, you guys will never guess. It's not like you guys are already guessing. How dare you? Gathering facts is stalking, but why didn't you gather facts? Right? It's either I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, right? Like, I'm right, but fuck me anyway.
To an exorbitant degree, I would even argue.
Exorbitant. I have so much information now. Now I have all of it.
Like, that's crazy. like seriously, like how do you know all that shit? You wouldn't happen to be a part of a certain Discord group now, would you?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not false. I actually have no idea what she's talking about. I mean, I can show you my Discords, but I don't know what Discord she's talking about. I was like, I guess there's some kind of Discord out there that has a bunch of people that doesn't like Erin or Steve, which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I know that there's a Discord of people that used to be friends with Steve, that I don't know if they're still in there fucking around and trying to fuck with him. I haven't followed and I don't care, but I don't know what the fuck. Oh, I'll wait for the ad. I read posts and I know things. I drink and I know things. Oh, I should have worn my damn. I should have brought beer for this, man. Damn it. I'm gonna need one after this. Okay, yeah, I'll wait for the ad. I like how I'm blurred here, though. I need more tea anyway. Yeah, we'll just vibe. We'll just vibe and let Bulbasaur be cute. We'll wait. It's cool. I'll take the opportunity. And get some more tea. I don't blame you for not liking Steve. He's kind of a dick waffle. You know what I mean? Did the ad end? Oh, he's so cute. Did the ads are good? You guys are caught up? Yeah, as I was saying, like, Steve's kind of a dick. But this is something that I said when I was working with Steve. I was like, no, it makes sense that people don't like Steve. He's kind of a dick. Like, he's not everybody's fucking cup of tea. But I don't care if he's just an asshole. Like, that's just normal fucking asshole shit. It's when he starts fucking... Well, I mean, now I believe he's lying, because if she thinks that he thinks that it's that this whole SWAT thing was actually just somebody trying to find his address, then they weren't trying to SWAT him, which is against what she had said earlier. When she said that, oh, well, it was their intention matters, if their intention was to SWAT him, but now she's saying she doesn't believe that was their intention in the first place. And then on top of that, sorry, I'll explain Bulbasaur in a second. And on top of that, she's saying that he actually believes this himself, but she doesn't want to speak for him. But if that's the case, then he knew it wasn't swatting in the first place, and he's just telling people it's swatting to what? Drum up content? So if he's trying to drum up drama, fake drama, for content? And what exactly is the difference between him and Katie Joy in that case at that point? The person you guys like to go after so much? Did you become the thing that you hate? Is that what's happened? Okay. So, Bulbasaur, by the way, if you want to go get Bulbasaur, it's on Steam. It's like $4 Canadian. I don't know how much it'll be where you're at. But if you download Steam, you can go and find it. It's called, like, Wallpaper Engine or something like that. Hold on, let me double check. Let me open my Steam. I don't remember what it's called. Actually, I wonder if it's in my programs and features. If it shows up. Background processes. No, bloop, bloop. Not that. Steam. Ah, damn. Hold on, I'll pull up what it's called. Let me open my Steam real quick. It's called Wallpaper Engine. It looks like this. So you can just get this, and then when you launch it, you'll have options. This one's called Bulbasaur ASMR. So if you're looking for the wallpaper of the cute, adorable Bulbasaur doing cute, adorable things, that's what it is. If you need, you can hit me up later, and I'll send you a link or something. All right. Kid Lang. All right. Nor is that whether or not you... Sorry, yeah, if he's being a dick, I don't particularly care, but if he's lying and being transphobic and fucking pushing, like, bullshit, and being a bullshit bigot and pushing bigotry, I'm gonna fucking talk about it, because that's bullshit. Bullshit is bullshit. I don't give a fuck where it's coming from. Like, if Manya said something like that, I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, I would pump that brakes real fucking hard. I do not blame you for being angry. If he decides to follow through with it or not, that's not a false report. It's also not a false flag. Yes?
It kind of is, though. It's not a false flag, no. I mean,
right.
But if the report, or the privacy complaint, whatever it was made from a dishonest standpoint, then yeah, that would make it false, would it not?
No, it wouldn't. If the information was Charla's private information that Steve got from a secondary source, it doesn't mean that she is okay with it being there, and it doesn't mean that even if she had ulterior motives that she was wrong, because the information was still her private information. That's her shit. She's allowed to make a report about that, whether you think she had ulterior motives and the motives were to fuck with him. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. So no! Look, you see what I mean? This entire video is, she's right, but fuck her anyway. Oh my god. Listen, you guys. You guys let me know when you think she's actually disagreed with me about something, because so far the best we've gotten is semantics about knocking. About what constitutes knocking. Yeah, and there's no evidence that any of this was malicious, especially like the reporting, right? Like, what evidence, what reason does Erin have to think that the privacy complaints were illegitimate? particularly since those videos are still down, and Charlotte currently has an active RO against Steve, a restraining order against him. You want to know why I know that Steve has an active restraining order against him from Charlotte? Erin told me. In this video. So much paranoia. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
I think though YouTube more prefers the word like unfounded rather than false. And oh my god, why is my dog barking?
Whatever. I don't know what that would have to do with the swatting though, or what you're being extorted over. This is the same as when he accused me of blackmail. It's like, no, you don't understand.
No. It's nothing like that at all. It's not at all. I mean, I don't know all the specifics about him with the whole blackmail thing, but I just know for a fact that the little bit I do know about what transpired between the two of you is nothing like what's been transpiring as of late. So I can confidently say, no, it's not.
So she knows a little bit about what went on between me and Steve, but doesn't know enough or bother enough to find out to see whether or not she should respect our relationship or previous relationship for whatever fucking reason, but also knows that he was accusing me of blackmail and knows enough about that to know that it's not the same thing. She doesn't understand the one-to-one here. There were no police involved in that situation, of course not. What there was Steve making an egregious claim off of a tiny little piece of information, and it was inaccurate interpretation in the first place. And that's the same thing that he's doing here. Steve hypothetically has to take a bus somewhere. Someone breathes on him. He yells like an Oblivion NPC, "Guards, guards, I'm being attacked." Ugh. For people to be doing this, they have to be demanding something from you.
And right. You think they're not?
No, I don't.
I mean, I know you've been around for a while. I know this. You a lot longer than I've been around. So, and you've seen firsthand, because you experienced it yourself, firsthand, the attacks made against Steve, against yourself, against Vanya. You know, when you are...
Some of them from you, but yes, go on.
We're all friends at one point in time. You've seen it. You've seen how people, like Katie Joy and those who are, I don't know, in the defense of her or whatever, have been insistent and adamant on taking Steve and his channel down.
Actually, I never caught any flack from anybody that was a big fan of Katie Joy. Like, I caught more flack from people who were like fans of a creep show art, or people that were like Steve's old crew, the double old crew. But like not really from the Katie Joy stuff. So I mean, the most I think I got from Katie Joy was like she thought I was a super hacker or something, which is kind of weirdly similar to what you're accusing me of having access to information that I shouldn't have access to, allegedly. Yeah, triple old crew. She is lost for excuse that she can't even string a sentence together. She's rattled, man. Sorry, what was she saying? Oh, I knew about it. Okay, so, like, attacks are not extortion, though. Bullying isn't inherently extortion. People trying to harass me isn't necessarily extortion either. So, like, extortion takes extra steps. So just because somebody is harassed in this way by this group of people doesn't inherently mean that they're being extorted in another area. That's just not how that works. You're right, extortion is very specific. I'm glad that emote is gonna get some use. Ah, well, shit. Yeah, sorry, random guy. Thanks for stopping by.
Among others. I mean, I know you've seen this. So unless you were full of shit back then, I don't know.
Who's demanding what from you? Either way, I'm gonna show you guys what swatting is.
If you wanted to know, I'm just going to throw it out there. That kind of information is usually something that friends will often be privy to. Just throwing it out there. 1 second, people, because I'm being...
You mean like friends would be privy to the information of somebody extorting? then he shouldn't make it public. He made the claim. And then didn't post anything that backed that claim up. Erin, if you have information to back that claim up or have reasoning to believe that Steve is being extorted, then tell Elmo. Right now you're just saying, trust me, bro, this is the type of conversation I would have with Steve. Not that I actually had that kind of a conversation with Steve or have access to that any of that information. Because the thing is if she had access to that information, she would have known that going into this video. And we know she didn't read any of these tweets beforehand. So she had no idea what was the content. She hasn't looked at any of this shit.
Interrupted here now. One
Yeah,
moment.
well.
Yeah, well.
No, I guess maybe it's something to do with her dog barking. Cool. Yeah, she didn't even know there's a screen door. We haven't gotten to the part where it's a screen door yet. Oh yeah. I need to stalk a lot harder. My stalking game is just not on point. That's the catch-22 of reaction content. If you walk into something you have no clue about, you're going to look like an idiot. So yes and no, right? If you walk into something, you should probably like at least have general information. So if you know you're going to be talking about swatting, which was the title of the video, you should probably learn or at least know what swatting is and kind of what that entails before you go to react to the video, so at least you have a little bit of an idea of what you're talking about. But like, it also does not make any sense for her to have reacted to this in this way, but claim that she has this information when she clearly, she didn't even have the base public, like, obvious information, let alone any, like, additional background shit. Yeah, don't do it. Hey, Rez, good to see you.
The remote so I can turn it. I can't find my fan remote. Anyway, I totally forgot what I was saying now, so I'm just going to go back to this.
Fair.
Wait, I haven't checked chat in a while now either. What's going on in chat here? Hey, Chief Class. Hey, Kimo. Clementine. Okay, I can't talk. Hey, OAH. Hey, Heather.
See, I extorted Chesh on her last Zelda stream by threatening to plane shift to her house if she didn't take a break.
Okay, so Canadian police are armed. It's the ones in the UK
It was
that
very
are not. Okay,
threatened.
thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yeah, oh, okay.
So
You're gonna actually do a correction then, right? The police in Canada are actually armed. I was incorrect. Yeah.
Or maybe Canada does in fact have actual SWAT teams for SWAT. Hey, B-Fam. Hey, Barbara.
Okay.
Hey, Sally B.
Sure. Maybe.
Super Snoops.
Not even
like
like for sure. She's just not even gonna check. She's just like, oh, somebody in chat said that the police in Canada are armed, so maybe they do have SWAT teams. For somebody who is so fucking angry about somebody supposedly not doing their research and then suddenly having way too much information.
It's fun to say.
Oof.
Super Snoops. Sunny D. All right. I think that's...
Chat is ripping her a new one and she's just laughing at it. You're the bad one. Yeah, of course I am. Who needs a gun in Canada when you can ride charging a moose and
I'll go back
roam
to the video
go
for now.
Yeah. The SWAT just
Actually,
busts in on a moose. Or polar bear. Bring out the bear cavalry of Canada. Woo! You master hacked and swatted her brain to make her say stupid shit. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, hey, listen, like, mounted police, so there's issues in Canada when it comes to, like, policing and what's okay and what's acceptable and what's not and what goes through training, and, like, there's a big scandal that's been going on for a long time about, whether or not, like, that, like, hazing that goes on for the Mounties and stuff like that, but there's tons of stuff like that. You just, go look it up.
You're going to have to do it again. I had it on mute. He held the cat. You probably saw the cat held up, and he's like, "Someone take this cat." All right, I'm going back.
I wasn't looking.
No, I have my fan on. I feel better.
Moose are very terrifying.
And you're gonna see if it matches.
They're fast too.
They're clearing rooms. What in the world? I think we're getting swatted.
Okay, I'm out. We all know what swatting looks like, I think. I'm not
Do
going to
we?
entertain this. And I am of the
Got
argument.
swatted. This, she definitely showed enough, I think. That was enough. Considering that people are still arguing about what is legally SWAT and what constitutes swatting colloquially, maybe she should have defined it for her audience, especially since her audience tends to be from my understanding of her audience, they do tend to be an older group of women who like to watch, like, specific, like, true crime and stuff like that. And so, like, maybe swatting is part of true crime. I don't watch true crime. I don't know. But considering people are arguing this, you would think it might be a good idea for her to define the terms for her audience, because I just showed it. I was like, I'm just gonna show you guys. There are four main things to SWAT, right? It requires responders, so in this case the police. It requires an emergency. It requires aggression, like high aggression, and it requires it to be false, right? So because not everywhere has technically SWAT, so it doesn't have to be SWAT, right? Because this is an international thing. This can happen anywhere in the world, as you saw in my examples. Some of those people were not speaking English. So what do we know about Steve's scenario? Well, we know it was not an emergency. We do know that the police did show up. We do know that they were not aggressive, and we don't know whether it was false or not. There's no reason to believe it was a false call, quite frankly, from the police report or from anything we've been shown thus far. The only reason we think it's fake or it could be fake is because Steve says so. And so if Steve thinks that it was a false call, I mean, great, good for him. The police can investigate that kind of stuff and we can decide on that later. But it's only got one of the four requirements. And so if I've only got one of the four requirements, it is not swatting. And even if it was false and the police showed up, you're still missing the two main things, which is emergency and aggression, which make it SWAT. You need all four. I've had Mormons at my door more aggressive than Steve's police interaction. Have a good day, Monty. I'll catch you later. If the caller believes it's a real situation, then it's not a false call. Correct, exactly. And so how are you going to demonstrate what that caller did or did not? All you have is speculation, at best, and maybe inference, but it's not exactly the most convincing inference I've heard.
I am of the argument that she is correct, and that the two approaches by the respective police officers or police departments there were different. The one she is depicting is obviously swatting, where the one Steve is describing was not swatting. However, that's not the point. The point is that the intent behind the calls that led up to each event unfolding. And intent of my belief.
Wait, what do you mean? My video is called Steve Got Swatted, ? The point of the video is that Steve didn't get swatted. If Steve wanted to talk about the intent of somebody, he wouldn't say I was swatted. He would say someone tried to swat me. Like that, what are you talking about? Chesh is right, but fuck her. Oh no, you just got pwned by being called correct and factual? Ah, shit. The point is that Chesh hates Steve, so no matter what I have to make her be wrong. I don't even hate Steve that much. Like, I really don't. I don't really care. I just thought this was funny. I mean, I don't like that he's turned himself into a transphobic, bigoted, racist piece of shit. But, like, there's lots of those that exist in the world. Like, whatever. You kind of hate Steve that much? I mean, I just thought the fact that he called it swatting was funny, and I thought you guys would think it was funny, so I made the video, and it was funny! The same reason why we're here. It's funny! Oh no, I know you're talking about from her perspective. Yeah, she believes that I hate Steve. I don't. I don't actually hate Steve. That's a lot more emotional investment than I'm willing to put in.
Anyways, is that they're all the same. The intent was to cause a swatting,
You
or
don't
at the
know
very
that.
least, the intent was to not give a shit if it did in fact cause a swatting. So,
But
that's
you
my
don't
whole
know
point.
that. You said before that you thought the intention was to find out his address, and you didn't justify that either. And you don't know. You're guessing. Based on what? Is it fucking nothing? I think it's fucking nothing.
And
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
sure.
that's the point. I mean, sure. So all that means is you don't necessarily have to give Steve any extra compassion or whatever, you know, or like they're their buddies, you know, because he wasn't actually swatting. But the accountability aspect should still remain the same for the caller, because really, should the outcome depict whether or not someone should be held accountable for their actions when they're
I'm not talking about that. That's nowhere in the video. I don't talk about that at all. I haven't said that Steve shouldn't feel freaked out. I haven't said anything about the intent of the caller.
intent is very likely the same. And I mean, by accountability, I mean to take accountability, not necessarily punishment. Okay, because I get it. Like, attempted murder is not the same as actually, you know, offing someone, for sure, no doubt. But the attempt is still very serious and should still be, you know, risen to the aspect of
If
having accountability.
yes,
for that person.
an attempted swat. Yes, that's all already baked into the police system. Wasting the police's time and calling in false reports is already punishable. That's already a thing. Swatting is already illegal. I'm not saying swatting shouldn't be illegal if it's against Steve. Like, what are you talking about? That would be absurd. Oh no. Is what people are expecting to hear and see.
I hear that.
Swatted. This is what people are expecting to hear and see. Abruptly pounded on my door. So,
Oh my gosh, she's still going.
fun fact.
Okay, no. Now she just finally goes to next week, because we're at almost 5 minutes into the video. That was all for one tweet of Steve's.
Yeah. I was explaining the
Oh,
scenario.
okay. What was that?
Huh? She's never read it. She's never seen this before in her life.
Like. Priority 3 means immediate response. Yeah. Okay. I guess I can.
She hadn't even read
Domestic
Steve's
violence calls
tweet.
are usually some of the most dangerous. Yes. You got a record of something that never happened. She was not spotted. Oh, okay. All right.
He actually posted it. Okay. He posted the police report. Let's see if it reads like literally anything we've seen. This is... I don't know why Steve thought it was a good idea to post the police report. That's why I was like shrugging about this. I don't fucking know. Oh boy.
I like though how he's calling it an attempt though there, and she just glosses right over that.
What? Wait,
What
hold
a
on. Sorry,
swatting
wait. What? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. You're boring me. What did you say? What about me? The intention glosses right over the police report. Let's see if it reads like literally anything we've seen. This is...
I like though how he's calling it an attempt though there, and she just glosses right over that.
Oh, she's gonna eat those words in a couple minutes.
what a swatting attempt looks like. Priority 3 means
I read it
immediate
out loud.
response. Domestic violent calls are usually some of the most dangerous.
Wait for
They
it.
can-
Where is hashtag without a crystal ball? Katie Joy. Where is Katie Joy's event record of something that never...
Oh, I think I want to say that she was kind of just like expressing like shock, like where does Katie Joy coming into all this? Well, let me explain that. Because on Twitter, everything for some people on Twitter is everything's about Steve. So whenever
Well, for some people, everything's about Katie Joy. So maybe I know, and I was being facetious as to why the fuck are we. I'm not even gonna talk about that part.
Steve says or does something, well, it automatically gets compared to Katie Joy because like they always associate the two, and they use.
Steve is the one doing that, though. Steve is the one comparing his thing to her thing. What are you talking about?
Katie Joy, in a sense, to kind of just keep coming at Steve. So that's probably where Katie Joy came into this. And that's probably why he was commenting on this, because I'm going to go out on a limb here. And I really don't know. I haven't looked into it. I don't read every tweet of Steve's. I'll be honest. I don't see them all. But
Who was it? What was she saying earlier? You don't know. Maybe you should look into it and get some facts and do some research before you comment on something.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to just assume that this was in response to somebody else's tweet or whatever, comparing
It's not.
the things he was saying about.
If it was a comment under a tweet, you would be able to see it at the top. You can't because it's not. It's a standalone tweet. If it was a response to something else, because somebody else brought something up, sure, maybe, but it's still a standalone tweet on its own, with no quote tweet. So, you're just making things up.
How he went through the swatting attempt compared to the things that Katie Joy was saying about her swatting attempt. And
Yeah, because you're saying that hers isn't legitimate, and the way she feels about hers isn't legitimate, but Steve's is, and you then need to tell me why. Why is Steve's feelings on the matter fair and reasonable, and Katie Joy's are not? Because you're telling me it's based on the intent. And you have no reason, you have presented nothing as to why Steve's was actually even an attempt in the first place. I'm just gonna assume her version of doing my own research. Yeah, I guess so.
it was, and I've said it back then, and I'll say it now.
Bias.
What Katie
Yeah.
went through was absolutely an attempt of swatting. Absolutely. The person who allegedly called very likely had that intent in mind and therefore should be treated as such. But that does not mean that Katie was in fact swatted.
But her feelings on the matter are not valid. That's what you've been telling people. You said that in my comment section. But here you're saying that Steve's is. So, tell Elmo.
But the intent was there, I think. So
What happened? She
So
was
what?
not swatted. I was. So let's read it. Event number, address blocked out. Final type is listed as general disturbance. So this is not the original
who?
type. Like, the original type was also listed as general disturbance. What do you mean? What do you mean for who? What the f- What do you mean for who? Okay. Yeah, the original type is listed as general disturbance, and the final type is listed as general disturbance. Right.
I just can't enlarge anymore. Oh,
Vaguely, you're correct. It's for you.
I'm gonna
Is
guess
it
that
yours?
this is. Oh wait. Oh, there's a date. 9. Okay, yeah, this is Steve.
The
Right.
final type is not what it was called in as, it's what the police clear the area as. Right? Detail completed. Then it says, like, names and unit and time, dispatch, the time match.
We're gonna get into this a little bit more in the comment section underneath this video because some really good comments there. But you know what? I'm gonna exit this here and I'm gonna read the comments now, and then we can hear what Cheshire has to say. So as I go down here in the comment section,
This is a terrible idea. Just for anybody out there who's making videos, it's not a good idea, or streaming, it's not a good idea to cut partway through unless you're going to stop watching the video entirely and jump in. On the plus side for Erin, the comment that she decides to pick out to watch, the commenter also didn't watch the video. So it works out either way, but she ends up going off on this entire, you know what, you're gonna see. She's about to go off on a whole ass fucking tangent that was addressed in the video.
Commented a few times too,
but she didn't get to that part.
This isn't about me. So, oh no. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this person
Yes.
BM Furball.
Yes, correct, random.
They say, Chesh, number is
Yeah, so by the way, BM Furball decided he wanted to show up for our spooky that time of the month and start making out accusations and making demands. And then tried to weaponize his 13-year-old daughter to try to control our content from when we were live. It was pretty fucking gross, but I definitely recommend going and checking it out if you have some spare time. It was Fridays that time of the month. It's it'll say that time of the month. It's got like orange, and it was very spooky. And me and Abby and Manya all had a really great time. And if you skip to like, I don't know, like an hour and 15 minutes or so, because it's like 2.5 hours we were live. Maybe? I don't know. In there somewhere, BM Furball comes in, and I had to pause the video to like shit on him a little bit for doing that. But anyway, this is why. This is why I haven't talked to BM Furball since shit went down with Steve. Right? So it's one of those like, you've clearly chosen a side, my guy. Why are you coming to me now? And it's really interesting that this is the thing that he decided to comment on. He didn't decide to comment on the transphobia videos. He didn't decide to comment on the racist videos. The swatting one, where, by the way, if you'll notice in his comment, he doesn't say it's swatting. He still agrees with me. If she looks at subscriber stats, I'm gonna lose my mind. I think they did make some kind of claim that I was trying to talk about Steve for views, but it didn't really get very far.
Activated with no. Then documenting. Also, no 415 was heard in the area. That means, additionally, we did not hear a disturbance of the peace in that area.
You should have probably gotten to that part of the video before you looked at this comment. Yeah, I read it as number of 415. BM is suggesting that it was read as no 415. I think both interpretations are fine. The thing is no 415 in the area is a better, like, it's better for my position, not worse. But, I mean, you guys wouldn't know that because we haven't watched that part of the video yet.
Cheshire responds, yeah, talked about that interpretation in other parts of the thread. Could definitely read that way. Long time no see. What's going on?
She doesn't know what I sound like.
BM Furball responds with, yeah, I've been hiding in real life for a bit. The interwebs are getting a bit toxic. Word.
Can't imagine why.
I'm not a Steve apologist. Dude's got his obsessions and issues, but I don't agree with your stance on his claim in the video.
You mean you don't agree that it was swatting?
In the written report, it stated several passed DV at apartment. This is all caps because the 911 operator is dictating shorthand what the caller is saying, not that the operator has verified this claim.
So that may or may not actually be true. This is an interpretation, and there's a few ways. If you look at the report, which we'll see later when she finally gets back to it in the video, because she's still way ahead of where she actually is. There is reporting party. It says RP says da 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 da. Reporting party da 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 da. The part that says several pass DV at apartment does not say reporting party in front of it. It's the only one that doesn't. On top of that, so like I said, it's an interpretation, but BM has no way of verifying this. On the other hand, the other option or the other possibility is that things get flagged in a system, right? So if you call the police and there's been multiple calls to this place, that address will be flagged. And we know that Steve had flagged his own address for concern of SWAT. He told us that. So there should be notes for his address already. Period. End of sentence. So interestingly enough, and we're gonna get into this a little bit later, just keep this little tidbit in mind, just because the next video we're gonna watch, they say that there was multiple fucking calls to police showing up at Steve's house before this one. Steve says this. Therefore, the police would have already known, it would have been recorded, which is exactly what I say in this video, and it would have been flagged. So yes, BM's interpretation is an interpretation, but it is a less likely interpretation, in my opinion. Chesh, they master hacked the system to remove the flag. Of course! They're gonna take over the world! Alright.
A report like this is releasable to the public, and those details are not included, meaning the history of that address. Otherwise, I could do a FOIA and ask every call that has been made to a specific address. If you think I'm wrong and this is a verification that the operator confirmed multiple calls for DV has happened at this address, note that this entry is 11 seconds after the prior.
That, yes, I do think that. Because when something flags on the system, it pops up and all you have to do is, like, click on it. 11 seconds is plenty of time. Also, things like that can autofill. Also, yeah, no, I do think that. Based on what Steve said. But we'll get to that.
The time hack is exactly when the operator hits enter for the shorthand of what the person is saying. Meaning, in 11 seconds, the operator put the address into the system as they were listening to the caller, reviewed past history of that address, and randomly put into the log that operator confirmed mid-sentence of the caller that this address had a history.
No, it would have autofilled because it would have been flagged by the system. Simple, like, it's not that complicated. It ain't that deep, dude. I used to work with emergency services. I used to work in a place that no longer exists anymore. And while I worked there, we did something that was called locates, and it was you have to call and see if you need to dig anywhere, if there were communication lines, right? So, you know, I have to, like, if you go to get a fence put in, you have to check to make sure there's no, like, gas lines and telecommunications lines or electrical lines, anything like that. I was covering telecommunications. So when emergency services had a pole that went down on top of a car, or emergency services had to deal with a water main break, which happens a lot, I would have to be in touch with the police and talk to them about things. Things that you can just, you had to write notes and take notes and write everything down while you were on the call. Some things you can autofill. Some things you can copy-paste from somewhere else. It ain't that deep. It really ain't that deep. And sometimes an address will pop up and it'll say, this address, blah, 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 will already be flagged as soon as she pulls the address up in the, or as soon as the call, like the emergency service call, as soon as they put the address in, the ticket will autofill. But what do I know? I only worked with emergency services. Oh my god, no, she had to write it down by hand. in full script, handwritten, typewriter, no backspace, no copy paste. We live
11
in the future.
seconds, dude. 11 seconds. Ain't nothing in our fucking country work that fast. Nothing. Not even our fucking 911 systems. Come on now.
Okay.
This entry is not a verification that prior DV calls have been made. Only
their argument is what is knocking? 11 seconds is a long time. Or sorry, 11 seconds is not a long time, and our police are incompetent. How long does it take your toilet to flush, Erin? Have you timed that recently? Does it take longer than 11 seconds? Oh, savage, Rez. Savage.
that the caller is
Based on what, by the way? What is this based on?
claiming prior DV calls have happened. I didn't even catch that. Oh my God, I didn't even catch that. Okay. This is a huge difference. Yeah. And for someone that is trying to call hellfire upon someone else, this is a detail they will add to ensure the police response is harsh enough for their liking.
But it's not, and it wasn't, and they didn't. So, too bad, I guess.
Thus, intent is what I've been saying. I can't find anything specific for that city/county on what a level 3 is, but they do say, quote, calls of reported, threatened, imminent, or ongoing domestic violence and the violation of any court order are of extreme importance and should be considered among the highest response priorities. This includes incomplete 911 calls. And even if the response severity is...
What is he quoting from? So there's like a quote here, but they do say, quote, calls of reported, threatened, imminent, ongoing domestic violence. But that wasn't, and none of these things are listed in the report. And what is he quoting from? There's no reference to what he's fucking quoting from. So, like, where the fuck did he get that from? Am I supposed to, like, back search it? Am I supposed to, like, copy and paste and back search and see if it pops up? Like, what? He's quoting his ass? Yeah, maybe. The priority 3 is the lowest level that requires police response. Correct. Yes. It's the first one below the top 3 for emergencies, because there's like 0, 1, 2, and then 3 is what most of what I was able to find when I was looking it up. Because I checked like 3 or 3 or maybe 4. I checked different sources. So I checked one in California that I was able to find, I checked an international one, and I checked one in another state. And all 3 of those ones all had the same ordering. There's a little bit of nuance between like the way things were worded, but they all amounted to the same thing, as 3 was the first priority outside of emergency that the police needed to show up to as soon as possible. None of this goes against anything that I said in the video, though. So I feel like he's telling me I'm right, but he's trying to mansplain to me as if what I said was wrong, when all he's really doing is repeating what I had said, for the most part. But he's also getting things a little bit incorrect. Because, like, an ongoing domestic violence situation would be considered an emergency if there's, like, an imminent threat, so...
Quote, get there when you can, no rush. The responding officers were there in 6 minutes. Yeah. That's not a...
Because they're beat cops. It literally says that on the paper. Like, on the thing that I review in the video, in the part that they haven't gotten to yet, it's listed as beat 3. Which means that the cops were in the area because that's their jurisdiction and their area. That's not weird. Also, 6 minutes... never mind.
When you can type of response.
It's fine.
Especially for a police department that serves a 100,000 population city. Get there when you can, quote, for a town this size means we will see you sometime next week, not 6 minutes later. And that's...
Ooh, Feline did the work and found where he got it from, supposedly. I'm assuming... Okay, so, Feline, how did you find this? I mean, we have to assume that this is what it is, because he didn't link anything. So this is Santa Cruz. Okay. What did you say it was? Let me just level check. Chapter 321.4 investigations. Point 4. 321.14. Yep. Hopefully I'm in the right place. Because we may as well learn something while we're watching this stupid shit. Patrol officers' response investigation. Officers arriving at a domestic violence scene should conduct a thorough investigation and submit reports of all incidents of violence and all crimes related to domestic violence. Responding officers should never assume the victim will cooperate or be available at a later time.
Officers should treat their preliminary investigation as if the victim will not be available for later court proceedings. The following details should be included in an officer investigating a subsequent report. None of this matters. Wait, none of this matters. The report was general disturbance. They didn't go out for sorry, you're yelling at me. What? Oh, 21 321.1.4. 32. Am I not in the right spot? 321.1.4? What? Huh? But none of this matters, though. Am I wrong? Am I in the wrong spot? Patrol officers respond to investigation. Oh, okay. Sorry, there's a .1 here somewhere. Okay, gotcha. .1. Okay, I understand how this is read. Got it. I understand. Okay, there's .4. Okay, investigations. Thank you. I got it. GTA cops. The SWAT spawned down the street. Oh, I like that. All right. The following guidelines should be followed by officers when investigating domestic violence cases. A. Calls of reported threat. Wait, where did this say this was? This was Santa. Where was this? UC Santa Cruz Police Department. I don't know where Santa Cruz is. Okay. I'm just gonna grab that for now because I don't know what the jurisdiction is. There we go. Sorry, I'm just gonna grab this and throw this off to the side. Maps. Give me Google Maps. California, Santa Cruz. Where is this? Holy shit! Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, so that's hilarious. So when I went searching, I found, because I looked up an area, and what I looked up was here. This is not the right district. This is even further away. Like, this is an even further away district. So, you know, take that for what it is. Calls are reported. I only point that out because people were like speculating about whether or not I had done enough research to find out whether or not I had picked the definitions I was using were in the correct district for Steve, because the wording and stuff can be different, but the priorities are the same across the board when I checked everything that I did. Chesh, I would like to point out that you're researching this comment more than she researched the whole video you did. And she didn't even watch the video! Alright, the following guidelines should be followed by officers when investigating domestic violence cases. A. Calls of reported threatened, imminent, or ongoing domestic violence and the violation of any court order are extreme importance and should be considered among the highest response priorities. This includes incomplete 911 calls. Okay? When practicable, officers should obtain and document statements from the victim, the suspect, and any witnesses, including children, in or around the household or location of occurrence. Police should list the full name and date of birth and school, if applicable, of each child. Okay, irrelevant. When practicable and legally permitted, video or audio record all significant statements. Okay. None of these matter. All injuries should be photographed, regardless of severity. Yeah, okay. Officers should request that the victim complete and sign an authorization for release of medical records. Okay, doesn't matter. If the suspect is not applicable, I shouldn't say doesn't matter. These are not applicable. If the suspect is no longer at the scene, officers should make reasonable effort to locate the suspect. Okay, not applicable. Seize any firearms. Not applicable. When completing an incident or arrest report. Not applicable. For violation of a court order. Officers should take appropriate enforcement action when there is probable cause to believe an offense has occurred. Okay, not applicable. Marital status and the factors that should not be used as sole justification for declining to take enforcement action include a bunch of non-applicable shit. If a suspect is arrested, not applicable. None of this is applicable. They were doing, they showed up for like a regular call. They didn't even do a full-on investigation. They might be doing an investigation now, but that's not why they were there. It was, they went to a call for general disturbance. BM Furball, my dude, none of this is applicable. What the fuck? What the fuck does any of what BM's comment or his quote have to do? Did he just take something out of context from a different part to try to apply it to say that I was wrong? Is that what we just found out? You know, I was already disappointed just like because this guy tends to try to carry himself better than this, or at least present himself better than this, especially since he accused Manya of acting like a flat earther. This is pretty cherry picky flat earther quote mine bullshit that I'm fucking just pulled up. Get the shame bell. Shame. Shame. Shame! Alright, let's let him embarrass. Let's let her embarrass him further by reading this more.
Come on, I think we all by now know that that's fucking true. Note the change in text, though. All caps on the report of, quote, mobile update unit 3461 set status to arrive. This is literally a checkbox on their computer in car, and it's less than 6 minutes after the call. Click arrived, and the system logs it. Next entry, again.
Wait, so now the system is super easy where you just have to click a button and it auto-generates? Weird. How bizarre. Guys, it's in all caps. 11 seconds! Was it a knock, though?
All caps. This is the 911 operator communicating with the officer. They are on location, LOC, location. And it took 2 minutes for them to report back. They had made contact with the residents. If you were dead asleep and someone pounded on your door, how long would it take? This was over 2 minutes between we are here and dude answered the door. Because in that time, it's only 5:40 a.m.
So is he saying the police are lying at that point? Because, I mean, Steve was just awake. None of this goes against anything that I said, nor what the police report says, nor what Steve's claims were.
As for what they told Steve when they arrived, not mentioning DV, their own SOP says, when initially approaching the scene, indicate that they are responding to a call for service without revealing the name of the caller or the caller's whereabouts. This is standard police protocol.
Of course.
Park a few doors down. Knock and play dumb as you listen to see if something is happening. I literally teach this to baby police. They did all this, including listen, which is documented, and that no 415 was heard.
I mean, this is a pretty long-winded way to say, yeah, Chesh, you're right. It's not swatting.
Number 415, but a no 415 is heard, meaning we didn't hear what the caller reported. There is no other way to view this. Saying this could be seen as, quote, a number 415 was heard is completely disingenuous, dishonest, and now that you know that is the truth, a lie if continued to be told or not corrected because that was the claim.
Yeah, I said the way I read it was number 415 and no 415. I mean, either would change nothing about the total. I think either interpretation is fine, but irrelevant. Right? If there was no 415 in the area, then it means there was nothing going on that the police saw. There was no general disturbance in the area when the police got there. We think he's a rent-a-cop that trains probably essentially federal rent-a-cops, or he's just lying. Oh boy.
It's wrong, false, and in my opinion, defamatory in context of the whole story. Also, this happened at 5:30 a.m. This is a really inconvenient time.
Wait, defamatory? But if it's no 415 in the area, it makes my point better. Unfortunately, you wouldn't know that because she hasn't gotten to that part of the video yet.
Oh.
He's banging on your door on the West Coast. But for someone that is batshit crazy in Central Time alone, that's 7:30 a.m. Most are awake by then. That's a call before morning coffee. Yeah.
What?
So then Manya says, Chesh actually found
What the fuck does that matter? You think that I don't know, like, that Steve's sleep schedule is fucking bizarre as shit? Or are you trying to say that, like, no, he was definitely asleep and this should be, like, way more disturbing for him, therefore the police are lying about going to the door, talking to him for 2 minutes and then walking back? Like, what is your point?
level 3 is, if you watch the video. And that is non-emergency. Whether it was a call for DV or not, at that time, the operator did not consider it an emergency. The operator can't make that distinction simply by listening.
Yes, they can. That is literally the operator's job. It is the operator's job to designate the priority of the dispatch. That's the dispatcher. The operator and the dispatcher are the same person. What are you talking about? That is their literal job to decide whether or not something is an emergency. That's why there's a criteria for what the emergencies are. That's why priority 3 is non-emergency, but need to respond as soon as possible. That is their... What does she think dispatchers do? Yeah, don't forget to click the like button. You just gotta check a box.
Operator has to act on the words being said to the operator. They can't sit there and say, oh, well, yeah, sure, they said it was DV, but I don't really think it was DV. They can't fucking do that.
Well, then I guess you're confirming that that's not what they did, because that's not what it says.
Response to such events is low and can be as late as 5 hours.
Yeah.
Whatever municipality has 5 hours as a response time to DV calls, I bet they get a lot of fucking lawsuits.
It wasn't a domestic violence call. You should probably watch the video. And actually, she saw that part of the video where it says general disturbance. It's almost like she didn't read the paperwork.
So I don't know what is defamatory here. Even if the police is knocking at your door at 5:30 a.m., it's still not swatting. I agree. And Steve knows better than to label it swatting. I'm not so sure I don't know. I will.
Now we're moving on to Steve is incompetent. The best argument, incompetency. I'm kind of a fan of that one. So now Erin is agreeing with me and calling Steve incompetent. Sure. Oh, there's ads. Alright, okay, cool. We'll take an ad. We'll do a stretch. Oh, god damn. I'm gonna give you guys some Bulbasaur. Here you go. Get some Bulbasaur in your lives. Dear Lord. I guess I'll mute so you guys don't hear me making more tea.
All right, are the ads done? Did we do it? Did we succeed? Are we back? What did I miss? Oh, Bulbasaur's being adorable. Oh, he's gonna give us a berry. Look at him. Look, it's for you. Oh, enjoy your snacks. I need thanks, Bulbasaur. I need snacks for this. Greatly appreciated. To be honest, I also know this guy is full of shit because I have almost a dozen people in my family that currently or have worked either as police or as dispatchers. Nice, Vagary. I don't know if I'm just lucky or I'm gonna get some later. Oh, ads, yeah. My face is literally checkboxed. Maybe I should research things before I say shit if I'm gonna tell people they're wrong. The stuff he's saying about doesn't vary from department to department. Yeah. Department to department. Yeah. So like the general like priority levels, although like some minor words might be a little bit nuanced or changed, none of the like the core things change. Did it take 11? Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm catching up. Hold on. That's why I love YouTube Red, no ads. Yeah, fair enough. Ad break is over. It's a Lapaberry. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure it's a Lapaberry. Did it take 11 seconds to get that snack from Bulbasaur? All you photos are poppins. The priorities, the methodology of response, all that is pretty universal. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. It would have to be. Like, the different departments have to be able to, like, communicate with each other. So if they had to, like, dick around with whether or not this district or this dispatch used different terminology, it would be really problematic, especially in emergency scenarios. So, right? Like, it would be, like, but their reasoning is the police are incompetent. Now, I agree that a lot of police are incompetent, but not in the way you're describing. Alright, let's,
say this much, though. Here's what I know.
What do you know? Good question.
Oh, I'm just gonna read my comment to that. We'll go up, because I
but
think
you didn't comment to this.
And I can't always, like, rethink the words when I do that, so I'm just gonna go. Okay. So I wrote, I'm going to say the same thing that I said when Katie claimed to have been swatted. A SWAT team did not show up.
Oh, hey, that's the thing I showed you guys already. Cool. Maybe she's going to explain why she's treating Steve differently than Katie Joy in their behavior. Or whether or not their feelings on a situation are valid. Secret. Feelings are always valid. They're feelings. How you got there, maybe not. Your actions around your feelings, maybe not justified, but the feeling itself is valid. Because it just is what it is.
And since they rang the doorbell instead of breaking down the door, a swatting experience was not had, though that was very likely the intent of the caller. Unlike Katie Joy, Steve is not crying all over social media claiming to be traumatized by the alleged swatting incident. He is, however, calling out the intent of the caller and the real-life actions by said caller as causing fear for what else could be expected. And
didn't she say earlier that Steve should be concerned and fearful and freaked out because the police are so dangerous and yada 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 or whatever the fuck she said? So now she's saying he's not that thing that she said he is valid for feeling?
That's the thing.
Whatever.
If someone is brazen enough to do a call very close to causing an actual swatting experience, then I say they're capable.
Okay, whoa. Now you're saying it's not a swatting experience, but was a very close to causing a swatting experience? Based on what? Like, you're trying to, you stop edging. Could you, you're gonna blue ball everybody.
Of actually making the call to cause a swatting experience, and God knows what else. Because I can't imagine myself ever making such a call. Ever. I mean, it's got to be something really fucking extreme for me to even consider calling CPS or contacting CPS. Like, really fucking extreme. I'll be honest, like, my entire online presence from birth until now, I can count the number of times I've contacted CPS to be under the fingers I have on one hand. Okay.
Okay. I don't know why that matters. Yeah, did somebody call CPS on Steve, Erin? Did that happen?
Okay. And each time, it was never like an urgent call. It was an email. So I'm just saying that for someone to be capable of going to these extremes, then I argue that they have probably a lot of capabilities then.
But who? Who's going to these extremes? You haven't demonstrated why or any real justification or any, like, you know, proof, evidence, or facts that anybody actually did this, and it wasn't just a regular fucking call. Especially since there were 3 other recorded calls to that space for domestic violence. What did you fuck? Oh, somebody called CPS on Kano for Steve, who is a child. Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Anyway.
Chat. You're killing me.
Lastly, police are scary, dude, especially here in the States, since, like you point out, they are all armed in our country. How very privileged it is to laugh at such a concern you can't possibly understand. Yeah, so that's my whole point. So,
What?
sure, Steve wasn't technically swatted, but
Right.
he's seeing the actions that these people are willing to take. And
But
that's a scary thought. That's scary.
Is he, though? How do you know that? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your joke.
Enough without the swatting. And I don't care who you are. Okay, maybe I might.
I worked with Steve for nearly 3 years. I said out loud on streams to Steve and the entirety of the internet and audience, including the people who hate Steve, on videos where we were talking about people who hate Steve. I said, I'm surprised you haven't been swatted yet, quite frankly. The people who have hated Steve for so long have had his information forever, and they've never tried to swat him before, which means that whoever is swatting him is either not one of those people, or it's somebody else entirely, if that's even the case, and you would have to demonstrate that. Or there's some additional shit going on, right? So what's the additional shit going on, Erin?
I'd be a little bit wrong here to assume that Canadians don't deal with the same kinds of fear, since now that I know that all their police are actually in fact armed, I digress. Or I mean, I take that back.
Wow.
That doesn't take away though from the fact that the cops here are still pretty fucking scary. Okay, they may be scary there too.
Nobody said they
where I was
weren't.
wrong. But they're still scary here. And
So?
at 5:30 a.m. to know that it's very likely this obsessed person who's living states away from you, who is able.
What do you mean very likely? How do you know that? Because now she's saying it's this Charla woman. How do you know that's who did this? How do you know it was even somebody out of anywhere and not somebody locally who actually just heard something? No, you're right, April. She's saying it's Charla.
To and willing to call your local police and tell them this bullshit story and cause a visit by 4 police officers at 5:30 a.m. Yo, that's jarring. I don't care who the fuck you are. Is this swatting? No. But is this fear-inducing? Fuck yeah, it is.
Maybe she should watch the video where I said that maybe that's the case. I'm not arguing that it can't freak somebody out. Especially if, like, the thing is like, it could be not somebody on the internet. It could be legitimate, but that doesn't mean that because of whatever is going on the internet that you're not going to feel an additional bit freaked out because you think it might be somebody from the internet. That's fine. You feel however you want to feel. We don't even know if what the call was wasn't justified. Correct. You're absolutely correct, Rez.
Okay, so let me go back down here. That's right. Meaning we didn't hear what the caller reported. What? That's not what that means. Oh my God, you really think that that's what that means?
She's reading BM Furball's comment right now. Criticizing his comments. Erin, girl. So she was all agreeing with BM Furball. Then she went away from the comment, came back, came to a random spot of BM's comment, read it, and then started freaking out and talking about how wrong BM Furball is. Sorry, I'm gonna put this back just a little bit, just so you guys can... There you go.
Police and tell them this bullshit story and cause a visit by 4 police officers at 5:30 a.m. Yo, that's jarring. I don't care who the fuck you are. Is this swatting? No. But is this fear-inducing? Fuck yeah, it is.
Then it's okay for Katie Joy to feel uncomfortable then unlike Katie Joy, Steve is doing this. Steve's allowed to do it, Katie's not. Whatever.
Okay, so let me go back down here. That's right.
See, she scrolled
Meaning
into
we
BM's
didn't hear
comment.
what the caller reported. What? That's not what that means. Oh my God, and you really think that that's what that means? Who didn't hear what the caller reported? That the police didn't hear what the caller reported? Or that the police didn't hear the 415 that the caller was reporting? Because that could be taken either way. I'm not sure how to read that. Because either, I mean...
Interesting.
One way sounds really freaking insane to really, suggest. But at this point, I'm not so sure that that's not the case.
How odd of her to disagree with BM Furball and agree with what I was saying. How strange. How bizarre.
There is no other way to view this. Saying this could be seen as a number 415 was heard is completely disingenuous. What? Oh wait, am I in the wrong one?
Yeah, you're reading
Okay,
BM's, sweetheart.
All right, no, that makes sense.
Okay, does
I
it
don't
make
think
sense
you
now?
even watched the video. Oh wait a minute. Wait.
I believe that's called the genetic fallacy. It means that you're agreeing with BM Furball because you think that BM Furball agrees with you. Because of who it is, and because you think he agrees with you. That not because of, like, where the comment is coming from, not the substance of what it's actually saying. NO is literally the standard shorthand for number. Yes. Correct. And I'm fine with either. Quite frankly, if it's no 415 in the area, it strengthens my point. It doesn't make my point any worse. I gave Steve the charity, but I guess I shouldn't have, because the people defending Steve here are like, no! Okay! You say so. Quite frankly, I just read it as number. But whatever, either way. Yeah, I don't know.
So I don't know what's the family
either,
even if the police is knocking at your door.
The number or no changes nothing of my point either way. I think either or is a valid interpretation, especially since we're not the police. They're the ones who will know. Are we ever gonna find out which one it is? No. Does it matter? Also no. Whatever.
At 30 a.m. It's still not swatting, and Steve knows better than to label it swatting. Swatting, do not knock. True. I don't know what baby police you teach to not know what priority 3 means and what SWAT. Is this somebody said? How do you get that from what he's...
That is what he said.
Okay. I'm highly doubting your competence here to judge what Chesh has presented. The fuck? I don't think you even watched the video. Has Steve been whining to you in your DMs? What if he had been?
Yes.
What the fuck does that matter? Why are you so concerned about whose DMs?
Sorry, I was saying yes to April. Right, April is correct. They're two different things. They would actually mean the opposite, but my point would stand either one.
either one would still validate, like, my point is still valid through either interpretation. That's why I said, like, I had discussed it later, like, in other points of the comment thread. There's another commenter who brought that up, and I'm like, yeah, actually, that's a good point. It could be interpreted that way, and it would make my point stronger. So, yeah, whatever. Anyway, sorry. She's laughing about something. Oh, I went too far.
There was no one.
Yeah. There we go.
What would that even matter? I'm asking this because you came.
Sorry.
True. I don't know what baby police you teach to not know what priority 3 means and what's what. Did somebody said?
It is what he said.
How do you get that from what he's?
By reading it.
Okay. I'm highly doubting your competence here to judge what Chesh has presented. I don't think you even watched the video. Has Steve been whining to you in your DMs? What if he had then? What the fuck does that matter? Why are you so concerned about whose DM Steve is in?
Because I hadn't heard from BM in literal years. And now the dude decides to show up and say, I'm not a Steve apologist. I was just in hiding. But, so you come out of hiding because Steve was whining to you in your DMs? Well, that's what Manya's saying. It matters because it's funny. Especially for somebody who was so concerned about what discords and who I was talking to earlier.
What would that even matter?
What would it matter?
I'm asking this because you came out of the blue when you yourself said you were hiding, and that too was self-arsed information. What compelled you to come out of your hiding? Well, as he explained, that this is what he does for a living. That's probably what compelled him to come out of his hiding, because this is actually something that he can offer a bit of like expertise on.
Except he can't, because he got everything wrong. So if he can offer the expertise, he's being dishonest and not providing the expertise by, like, you know, cherry picking a piece of content unrelated from a different area that doesn't actually disagree with me and present it as if it does disagree with me. Something like that. Maybe.
But by all means, just call him full of shit.
Her fake laugh. I'm very owned. I'm so owned by her reading out BM Furbal's comment instead of, like, commenting herself when every other argument she makes, she says, I'm right. I'm owned, guys. I've been defeated. Oh, what shall I do? I guess I need to delete my entire internet existence. Ah, fuck.
So BM Furball responds, I was sent this video by a third party, not Steve. And yes, I did watch it multiple times to make sure I understood her position on it. I reached out to Steve.
I don't think he did. I don't think he understood.
Before posting to get more specifics to understand what happened. So no, Steve hasn't been whining to me in DMs. No, she didn't, quote, actually found what level 3 is. She found a website that was discussing a book on general police response. Not from...
Yeah, that listed the priorities. And then I looked up 2 other things. I just didn't put them in the video because it would have taken up too much time, and I didn't want to make the video super duper long. What I did do is I put those links in the description. So if you wanted to verify what I was saying, it could have looked. On the other hand, also, I reached out to Steve before posting to get more specifics to understand what had happened. Yeah, but I wouldn't have that information because I was going off of what Steve was saying publicly. And you're not sharing that information of what Steve said to you in private. But yes, Manya was correct. Steve was whining to you in DMs, whether you reach out to him first or whether Steve reached out to you first. She didn't specify that. On the other hand, though, I like how you gave Steve the charity, but not me the charity. Nice. Funny that. Weird. It's the Brokes Club, bro. The bros all gotta get each other's backs. Even if it means, like, what was Erin saying earlier about credibility? Duh. Guys, I've been pwned. Hashtag Chesh pwned. No, that's terrible. I hate that. That's too cringy. Never mind. Pick something else. You guys will come up with something better than I can.
his town or even his state. General information. And that site even says, quote, Every police department uses some form of the same system with a basic breakdown that looks something like this.
Correct. Because guess what? Vagary is 100% right. You know the local police have to be able to talk to county, state, and municipal, federal, law enforcement agencies, right, Erin? You think those police might, I don't know, by universal speech? Yeah. Chesh was ired. Ooh, that's a good one. Chesh dunked. Those sound like I'm the one doing the dunking, though. I need to be the one being dunked on. Step on me. Step on me. Chesh is bested by hashtag reasons. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Chesh was ired is good. I feel like I need a pwned button. Every time, like, I need a sound effect. Pwned! Dunked Chesh. Ah, there you go. That's a good one. I've been dunked. Chesh owned in 11 seconds because Erin got bored. Okay. Yeah, no, like I said, and what I presented, the three across the board, if you watched the whole stream, which I also did link, it's no longer available, but I did link the entire stream when the video came out, which would have been time for BM Furball to watch it and EKC People Suck to watch it, because this video came out like a day later or 2 days later. I can't remember which. But they would have had time to go back and look at that stream if they were curious to see more information, which they weren't. But especially for somebody who was going to watch it 3 or 4 times to make sure they understood my point, but not, like, ask. Go ask Steve, though. But, the bias, clearly I'm the biased one, though. That must be the case. Chesh got sucked. There's I mean, I've already said this. It was consistent across the board. I didn't need to explain it
This
again.
was even
BM's just
on
wrong.
the video. So no.
At best, BM is just wrong. Like, he's just incorrect. At worst, we know for a fact that he's cherry-picked out and quote-mined something that was unrelated and then presented it as if it was related to say that I was incorrect. So that's a fact at this point. So how you interpret that fact mixed in with whatever bits of things he's saying are kind of true and bits of stuff that he's just completely wrong about, you decide for yourselves, dear viewers, whether or not he's just full of shit.
He didn't confirm what a level 3 is for that police department. Also, accordingly, her level 3 definition is so low as to not be considered a welfare check. Thank you.
Yeah, no, disagree with me.
Welfare checks
By all
are done
means.
by a single officer, not 3 or more.
That's not true.
Police do not respond to a DV with less than 2 officers. Gee, why is that? Maybe because they can very easily just blow up into something quite explosive.
It was a general disturbance, you stupid bitches! It was not a domestic violence call, as we have gone over, and for somebody like BM, who says he watched the video so many times, and Erin, who seems to know so much about the situation, through both of their conversations with Steve, they would know that it is not a domestic violence call, and if they watched the video where I said, general disturbance, none of this is applicable.
And did you read my post? Where in it did I say that I teach police what a level 3 was? Go ahead and check. Because in no way did I say that. Because every single department across the country defines their priorities differently.
No, they
If
don't.
understanding is difficult, here are my exact words. Quote, park a few doors down, knock and play dumb as you listen to see if something is
Wow, he's cherry-picking his own thing. He explained this thing, and then justified his explanation of this thing, saying, I teach this to baby officers, and then continued. So, if somebody misinterpreted him, then maybe he should be less defensive about it and just say, oh, actually, no, that's not what I meant. I don't teach them this, I teach them this.
But that would be for an honest interlocutor.
happening. I literally teach this to baby police. I've been a federal agent for 19 years. Oh, I've investigated hundreds of DV and sexual assault cases. I currently teach them. So no, my information is not half-arsed. It's your comprehension that is less than half-arsed.
Citation
It's utterly
needed.
incompetent and highly biased. I did do my research and actually found the SOP for that specific police department that responded. As I said in the last post, there
Is Erin really not going to notice that that BM said that he went to talk to Steve before posting these comments? And then is accusing other people of being biased? He also used federal agent, which is a wiggle word that can mean a lot of different things. Yeah, right. This is what I mean by citation needed. When you say you're a federal agent, that is next to meaningless. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, after a lot more conversation that I don't know if Erin's going to get into or not, because I don't remember how far she goes, the conclusion that people came to is that BM's a contractor. That comes in and like probably does seminars or something. That's what I've heard people saying. I don't have a conclusion because I don't give a shit. I don't care. Because even if he does work in this field, all that changes is how much of a dishonest prick he's being. That's all that changes. Right? So either he's bloviating about what it is he does to give himself credibility and then not sourcing or demonstrating that he has that information and then is getting the information wrong. He's either getting the information wrong when he knows what it is and actually has the background, or he's getting the information wrong because he's being dishonest about what he actually does. Those are the two options.
exact SOP states, calls of reported, threatened, imminent, or ongoing domestic violence and the
Navy
violation of any
SEALs.
court order are of extreme importance and should be considered among the highest response priorities. This includes incomplete 911 calls. In other words, if someone calls 911 but it hangs
Oh, we're going over this. He already said that, already addressed. Moving
up
on.
like mid-sentence or whatever, and
Either way is
not a
dishonest,
full
yes.
picture was painted or whatever, well, then they're going to treat that of the highest priority and they're going to send someone out there. That's why, if
We
as
looked it
anyone
up.
knows, many of us
Wrong.
probably know, especially those of us who have kids or like nieces, nephews, if that one of them picks up the phone and calls 911, chances are you're going to find out. Well, back in the day, you'd find out by police showing up at your door. Nowadays, I guess that they call back and possibly still send police,
Feline.
depending on the call, maybe. I don't know. But you definitely, they don't let it go. It's of the highest priority. I'm highly doubting your
Irrelevance.
competence to judge your own bias and accepting everything she said in the video. Her premise is that this wasn't a SWAT, so she took apart every section and painted them in a soft and gentle light, wanting to downplay why Steve is pissed someone would do this, to the point of
Where did I say anything about how he feels about it? Oh, I didn't. Meaning I didn't downplay how he feels at all, because I didn't talk about how he feels at all. I didn't downplay anything. Steve upplayed it. I just stated what it said, and it's not SWAT. Or are you guys claiming it's SWAT now? Because you agree with me. It's not fucking SWAT.
doubting it was done with intent to harass him and that it was a legit call just for the wrong address.
Yeah.
Was this
Uh-huh.
a full SWAT incident? No,
There's more than one option, believe it or not.
because the police didn't respond with a full SWAT. They did respond in force with at least 3 officers. So if you have a grudge with Steve,
Wait. Steve said out loud it was 4 officers, and now BM is in comment section saying it was 3 officers after having confirmed with Steve. So is it 4? Or at least 3? Do you not know how many officers? Huh? Fucking what?
calling this a SWAT, insert the word attempt, and then the problem is solved. Not
Yes, it
minimize
was
what
probably
happened and
4.
bitch about it online. But that is what this community does, hence my reference to hiding. You are toxic, and I don't even know who you are beyond a name I've heard before. Your post confirms your bias, incompetent, and toxic nature. Oh, wow.
But you're the one who said you went to Steve in DMs. He meant to say 400 officers. He mistyped, did he? It was a typo. Oh my god. Okay, and the other thing is Manya is not a random. Manya is the first thing you see if you go to my channel. I'll show you. I will prove this to you. If I go to YouTube... I'm zoomed in. Hold on. Let me just zoom out real quick. If I go to YouTube and I go to my channel, Manya, the first thing you see in here is fucking Manya. Bro. I'm the one who supposedly doesn't know what they're talking about. Okay, yeah, whatever. I'm the biased one. Sure. Sure. Whatever you say.
I didn't read past that. Okay. You know, I don't really expect better, and I feel like my warning was pretty nice, but on your first 3 paragraphs, it's all in the video. Why are you
About
here?
3.
And I already addressed the second half. Could be no or no.
She
Really?
read it. She read it as no or no. It's a no or number. Thank you for proving my point, Erin. It's a valid interpretation to have read it one way or another way.
You're not addressing that in the video, though. That's the thing. Not everyone reads the comments. I rarely do. You know, and I'm on YouTube a lot.
Yep, you rarely read the comments, then why are we spending so much time going through the comments? But yeah, no, I didn't talk about the other interpretation in the video because I didn't consider it. That was just the way I read it.
So, I mean, that just, you know what you did here. Come on. Like, don't insult your viewers like that. Come on.
Guys, I'm directly insulting you by saying that something you guys brought up is a valid interpretation but ultimately changes nothing. Which you incidentally agree with me about. And what Erin just blatantly demonstrated. And how would Erin know she hasn't watched the whole video? Yeah, good point. You're insulted. I'm insulting you right now. How dare you?
And to jump to accusing me of defamation, particularly with the context of having not spoken since the fallout and starting with, I'm not defending Steve, but is pretty yikes. Why are you making this personal? Like, what is, you're, again, he's saying that you guys have an issue with leading with your bias, and here you are,
Because I know who BM Furball is. Because I spoke to BM Furball on multiple occasions. Because he's not a stranger to me. Because it's absurd that somebody who knows who I am, who decided not to... Context, that's why. And for somebody who is upset about somebody making commentary about shit they don't know about, Erin, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
jumping right into your fucking bias again to come at this man or person. I'm guessing it's a man. I mean, no, it is a man.
Yes.
That's right. I listened to one of his videos earlier. It's a man. I think. Okay. But seriously, you're jumping right into your bias again to come at him. To what? Argue that he accused you of being biased?
No, I'm not arguing. I'm calling him an asshole.
You want to think about that a little longer? Okay.
For what? He's an asshole.
Yikes!
I mean, I guess I could have been more.
I don't know who you're trying to kid with.
Yeah, take
this,
it.
to be honest. It's also really weird that you assume morning coffee when night shift exists and police have people on call 24/7. Are you talking about Steve's sleep schedule? I should be concerned about his coffee time as if that. Yo, sis. No.
Uh-huh. No what?
How do you jump to that? He's pointing
brought
out
up
that
coffee.
5:30 a.m. is mad fucking early for people to be up. And it was 5:30 a.m. in Southern California when the call came through.
Yeah, I know. No shit. And I'm supposed to care about whether or not Steve was awake. So what?
When the person who's alleged to be making the call lived in a different time zone where it was 7:30 a.m., where that is absolutely expected coffee time. That's all he's
You don't know that.
saying. He made no
So
reference to
what?
when Steve fucking drinks coffee. Why are you fucking... Oh my God. Cat, will you stop? And damn it, furball. You're completely invalidating night shift workers
Yeah,
by not
actually, that
just
happens a lot.
assuming their coffee drinking identity times.
What?
Right? That's how I read that. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
It's almost like you read things that aren't there. That is crazy. But no, that is a legitimate problem that people have, by the way, is night shift is a very abused group of people, in my humble opinion, because it's my experience. If I get off at work at 7 o'clock in the morning, I want to be able to go get a beer just like anybody else, and I'm not allowed to do that because reasons? I'm just saying. Night shift gets shit on all the fucking time, and it is so unfair. They're a very abused group of people. So we like to pretend they don't exist. Yes, a coffee drinking identity. I don't know. I'm not. Was that a weird trans joke? I have no idea.
Also, I actually looked up 3 and confirmed in other locations
no
within
idea.
Cali to confirm. Within California. Did you do it
Yes.
with where Steve lives? Because I know, like, this can vary throughout the state,
Yes.
like by county. I mean, was it
No.
the sheriffs that showed up there? Was it the city? I mean, first let's find out the municipality that showed up, and then confirm it with them. It's strange that you haven't
What?
done that. Like, you're confirming it everywhere else except for the one place where it matters.
Show me. Show me where it's wrong, then. Did you call? Did you call before this video to confirm that I was incorrect with the police in Steve's municipality? Did you make that phone call? Really weird way to imply that I might be incorrect without having done the work. Yes, California police have to be able to talk to Nevada police. And no, she's not even saying California police need to be able to talk to Nevada police. She's saying that California police differ inside of California, which would mean Southern California uses different terminology and vastly different priority levels for their emergencies than Northern California or Central California. The one that BM pulled up was very Northern California. One of the ones that I pulled up was Midway, California, and then I pulled one up that was like more federal level one, so like it's showing all over the place. And then I pulled up another one that was in Ohio, just to double check. Actually, I pulled up the Ohio one first, and I was like, where the fuck is this? Wait, this isn't right. I need something in California just to confirm to make sure that it's the right thing. She only has 11 seconds to call, yeah.
Almost like you're trying to paint a different picture. And you're trying to avoid or
Yeah,
ignore
it's
the
not
actual...
swatting!
I could be wrong, because I don't know what the statutes are, or whatever the guidelines are for that, where he lives. I don't fucking know. Also, it's really weird. Why do you call everything weird? Because you said that to my comments earlier. And it's crazy.
Yeah,
like, what's
because
so
you're
weird about it? This isn't at all weird. This is fucking
Yes, it is.
understandable. This is sensible, whatever. It's really weird to admit I'm right, then accuse me of bias anyway.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
that is weird.
He said that he agreed with you that it wasn't a swap, but he didn't agree with all of your reasons of why you were claiming it wasn't a swap. Because you weren't arguing the actual merit of the SWAT, of the presence of the police officers. You went and argued and tried to undermine the call in itself.
Actually, I'd probably point out that that's not quite what he was disagreeing with me on either, but he was disagreeing on my reading of number versus no, and the priority, which I was calling out directly out of Steve's tweet, not the report. So she's gotten that wrong, but whatever.
Everything. Undermine Steve's interpretation of it. That's what he was disagreeing with. That's where he was saying you were coming at the shit from your bias. Sure, you looked at this I don't know if you looked at it rationally, or you possibly looked at this and said, no, this wasn't a swap. You possibly came to that conclusion because of your bias. I don't know. Either way, your conclusion was accurate, in my opinion.
Thanks.
But that's where the accuracy ends. The bias could still be everywhere.
Okay. It could be, maybe.
That's
I don't know.
Okay, we're going to go back to the video.
Thank you. Let's
So
go
I
back
wanted
to
to
the
just
video.
point that out because maybe then people will have a better understanding of the context in the video here coming up.
maybe you should have probably played that part of the video first so people knew what the fuck this comment was even talking about. Chesh is right, but fuck me anyway. Yeah. Case number assigned to. There's no fucking assignments to anything. And here we go. Reporting party, RP, advised she can hear arguing and banging at the address given. Nothing else, no, nothing seen, only can hear. Several past domestic... So you'll notice that they'll say reporting party and then make a statement. No, that's not a quote. Because that's not a quote of what the person said. They didn't say, nothing seen, can only hear. They would have asked a prompting question and then would have filled it in shorthand. And then it says, reporting party says this, and then there's like, more like a sentence, and then it'll go and say, it'll have a note to it. Weird. Chesh, you feeling this heat, Chesh? You were right. Owned. God damn it. God damn it. She's paused to read it. How did she not read this? How could she possibly accuse me of not knowing what I'm talking about when she hasn't even read the fucking police report that was posted by her friend that she's supposedly having conversations about this in the background? It's almost like she's bullshitting, and she's just saying, this is the type of conversation you would have with somebody, specifically to say that she's not actually having these conversations with their friend. Oh, brother. There's no way she watched this video ahead of time. What did the poll say, by the way? What did you guys decide? No, that's the wrong thing. No. 60% of you said no, 40% of you said it in part, and 0% said yes. Damn. She's muted. Yo, I feel your pain, girl. I've been there. I do this all the time. I can't even say anything. I have seen more than enough of this nonsense, but I'm gonna keep watching because it's fun. I mean, that's why we're here. We're not here to take this fucking seriously, right? Like, this isn't serious criticism. This is a fucking joke. I've never seen someone so incredulously and aggressively agree with someone else's conclusion. You think that maybe that's her bias showing? Oh. Yeah. I didn't mute it, right? No, it wasn't me. It's just... I didn't do it.
God damn it, motherfucker. Thank you for telling me I'm muted. Okay, let me just say what I was saying again here. So I was reading a comment. I read it. Well, okay, what first led me to this was Rainy Days saying at Cheap Glass, no, it's not concerning, and not to the level of trying to bring yourself to tears. Oh, it's a court appearance, that's it. I wasn't trying anything. Oh, believe me, I mean, I do improv, but I'm not that good at acting. I can't make myself cry. I wasn't trying to do anything.
What?
And I want to add, I did not bring myself, I did not come to tears. There were no tears. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry if a woman expressing her fears on something upsets you so much.
So she's afraid of a court appearance, and she was talking to her. I'm assuming this is somebody commenting about another video where she was talking about having a court appearance coming up, and she was freaked out about it. And that person said she was crying, and she's like, "I wasn't crying."
Fuck off. Anyway, so what Clementine had, or no, not Clementine. My bad. So what? Cheap Glass said to Rainy Days was, so Rainy Days, if you went to a different state by yourself that you hadn't planned, you wouldn't be concerned? I'm
gonna pause her here real quick. Lady, you already gave your own response. Are you so unconfident, or you don't believe that your response is good enough that you just need to use other people's responses and comments to bolster yourself because you don't know how to respond to something? Because, like, person said something, she said something back, and then felt the need to also read back what other people were saying in response to this person. I mean, that's what she did with BM Furball's comment, right? She didn't have any commentary to give, so she had to pony off of what BM Furball was saying, and then accidentally say BM Furball was wrong about his presentation when she didn't realize she was reading BM Furball's comment. That's weird! I'm saying these things are weird because it's fucking weird. Stop being so weird and I'll stop calling you all weird.
Okay, so that's what I read, and this is what I'm commenting on.
If she's rattled
I don't really care if
fuck,
anyone has an issue or thinks it weird or odd for me to have those fears. I'm a 48-year-old woman, okay? And I've never really traveled anywhere by myself before. Like, I worked for years as an independent contract courier, but even then I never left the state, and I was always home within like 8 hours of leaving my house. So I never actually traveled somewhere far distance and stayed for like any kind of like slight extended stay, like a night or two or something. I've never done that by myself. So to then be, you know, at least I've been under the impression that I would be court ordered to do so. That means I would have to travel to another state. Like,
she's telling us all this because some commenter said something.
Halfway across the country by myself to a place where there's the other party who is really going out of their way to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, you bet your ass that had me feeling very, very uneasy. And I'm sorry if you might think I'm a pussy or something for that. I don't really give a shit. I'm not. And you can even argue and say, well, most people wouldn't think like that. And I'm going to argue and say, you're full of shit. I think most people in my situation, being a 40-year-old woman who's never really traveled by herself before, would absolutely have some concern. And fuck you for having an issue with that. I don't really care. If anything, that just...
You sound like you care.
That kind of just shows you to be, I don't know, kind of a dick person. You know?
Erin, you're not good at this. I don't mean that as in like I don't like you, and I don't mean that as in like to shit on you. I mean that as in you are not good at this. All you had to say was, oh, say this person's making a comment about this previous video and they're saying that my concerns and fears about this are invalidated. And I'm gonna tell them, fuck you, feelings are always valid. I'm a little bit freaked out about this situation. If you want to know more about that situation, go watch that previous video. Let's continue on. Like, I understand getting derailed. I get derailed on a regular basis. That happens all the time. But girl... Is Chesh ever on the rails? Listen, there's... This is the crazy train, motherfucker! Let's go!
Anyway.
Oh, God. Oh, she's got to go back to reading this.
Oh, well, if you want to minimize the theatrics, then you're in the wrong place, boo. And if that bothered you, well... Anyway.
You just called what your own thing that you just said theatrics. Erin, you're not good at this. Why would you undermine your own point immediately after? The person, yeah, though the comment, she read out the comment, what the commenter said, and then told them too bad. Speaking of which, how are the bongo playing goblins in your head today? Oh, yo, you know what? I woke up with a little bit of a headache, but I had some tea, sat outside, touched some grass, you know, enjoyed myself a little bit. Relaxed. Sniffed that, you know, autumn air.
Oh, and I want to state, though, for the record.
Oh, boy.
In my last live stream, the whole DramaCon idea, though no one's taken me up on it, so it doesn't look as though it's going to happen. I specifically stated that it would have to be after the date of my appearance, not before. And it would have to be in a city within the area of where I was going, which was pretty much the center of the country. So I wasn't at all suggesting it would even be in the same state. Definitely not in the same location. Obviously not. I'm not fucking I don't want to be in that location any longer than I have to be. Why the fuck would I expect other people to go there? No. What I meant was in the center of the United States, somewhere. We should possibly look into having a DramaCon after my appearance. Okay? That's what I was suggesting. So, in case...
I'm pretty sure she means her court appearance. So she wants to do a convention or a meetup of some sort nearby where her court appearance is taking place. In the center of the country. Just to be clear. Because this is very haphazard.
Anyone wants to have any crazy ideas here that I don't know, trying to cause anyone issues. No. I was working off of a tweet conversation I had with another content creator about all of us, the creators, going on vacation somewhere together. I thought, well, shit, since I'm going to be traveling anyway, and I'm going halfway across the country, maybe something could be arranged somewhere in that area after my appearance. Why not? I'm sorry that someone else wants to make it all about them, but whatever. I don't really care.
We'll stick a pin in this. I think that, because I've watched this video already, I know that she's gonna go into this a little bit more, so I'm just gonna let that rest for now and keep, you know. I'll go just send my email to whatthefuckity@holyfuckingshit.com. Yeah, she's going to a court hearing, and she is wanting to do a meetup with the community and like her viewers and viewers of other people's channels. What might her court hearing be about? What might her court appearance be about in the center of the country? I wonder. Don't worry, she'll fill us in.
In rainy days, don't act like you care about any of the shit that's going on, because you don't. If you did care, you wouldn't be in my chat right now creating or initiating any kind of discussion about it.
Why?
You wouldn't be.
Why not?
I just don't really care.
Who is rainy days? This poor person's just getting shit on. What the fuck did they say? But yeah, Vagri's out here spoiling shit. No, it's fine. You're good. She's not
Either
reading
way,
the video.
Let's just say I'm not
following
concerned
the
about the court
chat.
date anymore. I'll just say that.
Who the fuck has a meetup around their court appearance? Does she think she's Johnny Depp? Yeah, this is a good point, because the thing is like, if you're going for a court appearance, you're going for a court appearance. To try to have like a meetup before or after even is kind of like a little weird. It's kind of fucking weird. We joked about it when Kyle was going to court, but that was a joke.
Back to the video here.
Nobody was
Okay,
serious.
yeah, sorry, Cheshire brings this up. See, it's so strange how all these people seem to know all this information about things, right? I mean...
Wait, time out. You're giving shit for your commenter for bringing something up in the video you told people to watch, in the video that you're watching. So, of course, that commenter is bringing it up. Are you telling me that you just gave that commenter shit for bringing something up that's in the video that you're covering? Really?
It wouldn't happen to be a Discord somewhere with her.
I mean, I don't know. Violent issues at apartment.
Reporting
party believes female at violent. Sorry, I'm just gonna indicate my note here. Super secret information gathering technique. Right? Remind me to tell you guys about that. She's brought it up again. So remind me. I'll tell you. Seen. I promise. Only can. Nothing else. No, nothing seen. Only can hear. Several past domestic violent issues at apartment. Reporting party believes female at location.
Oh my god! I'm looking at I'm hearing what she's saying here. What she's reciting off of this. This is clearly the 911 operator putting in what is being said to them by the caller. The caller is saying nothing has been seen. It can only be heard. That's what the caller is alleging. The caller is alleging that there have been several past calls at this location or whatever. I mean, how do you fuck that up?
Had kicked a male out.
I don't think I did fuck that up. I think that I just read exactly what it said. I didn't say that this was what the person said or not. Weird. Well, I mean, she's already stated she doesn't know how police reporting works. She doesn't think that the dispatcher assigns a priority to the call. That's like their most basic job. So I think not knowing what that is, on top of not knowing what a knock is, because we're arguing semantics about what is knocking, and we have this big issues with 11 seconds. Yeah, I think we can probably brush all of that off.
But she believes the male came back. Mobile update, unit number, blah, blah, blah. Making contact at the location. We made contact with Steve. He advised he is alone. Police were...
She's reading it to double check out, make sure I read it correctly. Yay! Good idea. Probably should have done that at the beginning.
Making kind of itchy.
Hey, listen,
See, here, this reads to...
There is nothing wrong with somebody going in and double checking and pausing the video to see if what I said was correct. I'm totally for that. But you will notice, in the entry, like I said earlier, it says RP advised, blah, 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 then another entry, nothing seen, only can hear, then another entry, several past DV issues at apartment, and then another entry, reporting party believes, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. These two do not say reporting party, so if you did want to have a discussion or an argument about what is and is not what the reporting party said versus what is put into the system or what is put in by the dispatcher, either automatically or by shorthand, you have an argument. I'm not bothering to make that argument because, quite frankly, I don't give a shit. It doesn't really change anything and it doesn't really matter, especially since Steve has already, spoilers, has already said there has been multiple times that the police have already come to his house. My goodness. Doesn't know how police system works, but, is effed explaining all of this somehow. Yeah, no, she's got it. She's definitely got it down.
As if the big text here is a 911 operator, and then this down here, the next one, it reads to be as if
the dispatcher,
the officer putting in some sort of statement, right? This is so stupid.
Field
that we're
officers
fucking breaking this down. It really is.
Wrote down, said, I knocked on the screen door.
It was
was greeted by Steve.
Banged on it.
We asked Steve if everything was okay, to which he said it was and was alone. We asked Steve if he could come out of his home to speak with us, which he declined and said he was fine. Steve then shut the door on us. Yeah, you can just shut the door on SWAT. that's how that works, right?
No, but you can on police.
Officers did not see anyone else inside or outside. Also,
what do you mean no but? You mean yes and, not no but. No but means I'm incorrect, but also, or but this. You mean yes and. Yes, you cannot close the door on SWAT, and you can on police, which nobody's disagreeing with. Chesh is right, but fuck her anyway.
Number 415 was heard in the area. Call, disposition set, blah, blah,
read
blah,
it as
event
number.
closed, blah, 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 date. But, I don't know. Does this sound anything like SWAT? Or like any of this? No. Now, you can use the police and weaponize the police to harass people, but that's called networked harassment. That's when you use, like, when you phone people's workplaces, when you use, like, multiple social media accounts to go after them.
Well, how does that involve cops, though? How does it contacting someone's workplace involve cops? Those are two different things, okay? Yeah, there's network harassment in which you do things from...
Emergency services would include the police. She's about to, like, just The problem here is that she cut me off too early, and she probably should have watched the video first.
A faraway location or whatever, and you do these things that she's listing. But using
Vagary, they can call the cops to your workplace, you dumb shit. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that is a thing.
the police to harass someone is something entirely different. It's not just your standard, like, oh, I'm going to call their boss and try to get him fired.
Yes, it is. If you try to get them fired, if you call the police on them illegitimately, but it's not like a swatting attempt. If this was a swatting attempt, it is piss poor of a swatting attempt. And that's at best using the police to try to harass Steve. At best. But you know what's the weird thing that kind of tips me off about this right here? Several past domestic violent issues at apartment.
She can hear arguing. And nothing seen, only can hear several past TV issues at apartment. They're clearly reciting what they're being told by.
No. Part of that is also that if you look at the full thing that we looked at earlier, you can see that there were separate entries. They were listed as separate entries. Right? Yeah, the time code, typing, enter. Typing, enter. Typing, enter. But I don't need to go over it again.
The caller. Wow. That concerns you? Well, I mean, it concerns me too. I just think it concerns me for entirely.
I didn't say it concerned me.
Like
I said it would tip me off.
Okay, on that note though, I'm gonna put the intermission music on real quick because I want to go make myself another cocktail.
She needs another drink.
So,
you know what? I feel that I need another drink too. All right, I'm gonna skip forward 30 seconds. Blah 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 blah. Okay, there we go.
All right. Oh, I'm unmuted. I didn't realize that. It's okay. All right.
Hopefully, it didn't say anything awkward.
So, I figured it'd be quicker if I just poured it in here, so that way I didn't have to walk.
Oh man, April, you're saying you watched my video and then did your own research to double check to see if what I was saying was right? Thanks. That's what you're supposed to do. I appreciate that.
Spell it, you know. Sometimes it takes me a while to come up with smart ideas.
He's gonna get her drink in literally 11 seconds.
Hey, Veda.
Call her 11-second Erin.
Oh, Veda, I got to tell you something too later.
Oh.
I gotta share something with you.
In a secret Discord?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know why. I mean, I'll be honest though. I haven't really watched much of Cheshire stuff in a while. But I mean, like, from what I did look over her channel after this, and I didn't see her talking like about Steve for, at least not regularly, not often. You know, why is she talking about all this now? And boy, does she seem to know an awful lot of information for someone.
Then what's my narrative?
Someone who really doesn't show any clues or anything that she even really cares about Steve's. You know?
Wow.
But she sure seems to know a lot. So either she's watching a hell of a lot more Steve than she's letting on, or there's a Discord.
I don't know what she's so into a Discord about. I have no idea what that's on. But am I being dishonest with you guys if I don't make content about all of the YouTube that I watch? I just like it. She seems to be implying dishonesty on my part by not constantly talking about Steve with you guys or on my channel if I'm watching Steve's content. I haven't been, by the way. I just thought the swatting thing was funny. But before I made my video, I did like tertiarily look to see what the fuck was going on so I would know what I was talking about.
Anyways,
see you in an hour, we'll probably still be here. So that means that this apartment or this call has come in multiple times, or at least the person who was reporting had made calls about this situation before and already.
No.
So if you'll notice, my interpretation of what I'm describing in this case is as if the caller did say those things. Because why would the caller know that there's been previous domestic violence issues at the apartment? I haven't heard Steve talking about this before. We're not, like, because if he wants to call this a swatting attempt, every time that a call would have gone in would have shown that the police would have shown up and done it. And then he would have a, like,
list of multiple times. So either this means there is a mistake in the address,
Or the caller fucking lied. And why would it, what incentive would a caller have for lying in such a way?
Gee, I don't know. Or
this
person is, lying in their report, which I guess is possible, right? They're just lying and saying, oh, this has happened multiple times. But that would all be in the police record, and the police would be able to track that if it is a network.
Oh, wait, is she insinuating that the person typing up the report is the one lying?
No.
I mean, it's...
No. Working. if it's like a networked harassment attempt. But it gets better. I already know where Steve lives. I've known where Steve lives for a very long time because I worked with Steve. He had moved when I was still working with him. I was well aware of his general location. So I went looking because I was kind of curious. Because I saw this number 415 was heard in area. And I was like, is that another apartment building? Is that maybe where the domestic violence stuff was going on?
Why would you think an apartment building?
I don't know. Because it's a number.
I can't be certain that this is how Cheshire intended this, but her stating first that she lives because he moved while, they were still talking and everything. And then she says, and then I saw the 415. I thought, was this another apartment? Like, you're almost like giving a little hint about his location there by saying it that way. I don't know if that...
His address is public. What are you talking about?
That's how you meant it. But that's how it's coming off. And maybe you subconsciously meant it that way. I don't know.
What?
But that's how it sounds.
Even if it did, so what?
It wasn't at Steve's place, clearly, if he was alone and they cleared it so easily. Well, it took me a little bit digging, but I found it out. It's a police code.
How did you not know that?
I know it's a police code for?
How did you not know that the police in Canada carry guns? How did I not know this very particular... I thought you said they were all different. Wait. Did she not? Did her and BM Furball just not go off for like 20 minutes about how every area used different codes and every area and every municipality and every jurisdiction all used different shit so you can't be sure of what it means? How would I possibly... You think I just have a fucking library in the back of my brain for every police code in every municipality in every state? Because, they're all obviously different, right? They have to be. Or are you saying that you know that because you know what it is in your area, and because you know what it is in your area, therefore it's the same in California because they use the same fucking coding so they can communicate? Completely nullifying your previous point. Erin, you're bad at this. I don't mean this to be mean, and I don't mean this to pick on you, and I'm not trying to say you're a bad person, except you're kind of a bad person. You're bad at this. Please, for the love of God, do yourself a favor and at least watch the videos you're going to respond to ahead of time. As admitting as I am that this is lazy content for me. This is like, I am not really doing any work here. You're doing all the work for me, quite frankly. I could just sit here and watch it and do nothing. We don't because, I put actual effort into things. But, this is, lazy fucking content for me. I could just pull this up, watch this for hours, and be like, cool, we're done, moving on. Right? I don't have to do any additional work because you're not providing me with anything that I would need to actually do work about. Because I'm debunking you in the video that you're watching. I don't actually need to be here. I'm here for funsies. This is fucking popcorn content. Disturbing the peace. So interestingly enough, they went to Steve's place, cleared Steve's place, and said that they could hear general disturbance. This shit happening in the area.
So when the cops got there, they heard...
Or no disturbance in the area. Therefore, meaning that the call was not the incorrect address and there was no mistake. I was giving charity for all that. And BM and Erin are like, no, fuck you. Oh, okay.
Fine, there was no disturbance when they got there, meaning that there was no error in the call or anything about that, or from the call on the caller's end, or any error on the police's end. There we go. Cool.
Heard someone in the area making a commotion, basically, an audible commotion, right?
Well, no.
I think the whole reason for cops.
Wait, why is she not going over that that's the part that was incorrect, according to her and BM Furball? It's almost like she doesn't know what she's talking about. He said priority 3 means immediate response. Domestic violence calls are usually some of the most dangerous. What a load of bollocks.
Putting that in there is to say, you know, maybe the caller heard what we're hearing. Who the fuck knows? But what the caller is stating that they heard is not what we found to be the case.
Sure. Oh, priority when assigned 3. Okay, well, let's look it up. Found it. California priority 3. Please see what that means. Following is an excerpt of Expert Witness and the Civilian's Guide to Effective Crime Reporting, which introduces civilians to what happens behind the scenes when police answers a call. Priority 3. These are the lowest priority calls that a department will respond to, and they will have the longest wait time, sometimes in excess of 5 hours. Priority 3 calls are those... Oh, that's funny. When Mania brought it up in the comments section that it was a 5-hour wait time, Erin was really shocked about what fucking municipality would ever do that. It's almost like it's all of them. Weird. Where life or property is not at risk, and an immediate police response will not likely prevent further injury or loss of property, and will likely not adversely impact an investigation. These calls can include welfare checks, noise calls.
I'm curious what website this is that they're pulling this from, because no information I see is being given.
Financial check the description. And lost property. Weird. Funny how that all... I literally read out loud what it was in the title at the top. I'm really curious where this came from. That's funny, you didn't seem very curious about where BM Furball was getting his quote from. Weird. Matches up? Huh. And who was that?
What does it match up with? Where is that from?
I said at the top where it was from. It's also linked in the description. Also, it matches up with the police report. It matches up with the description that Steve gave of the scenario. It matches up with the fucking description given by the police officer, and matches with the priority and the way it was handled. It all matches. You know what it matches to not be? SWAT! Who was saying something about it? It's not good. Like, they don't look too kindly on people lying about what's going on. Surely in his TRO hearing, all of kindly on people lying. Who was saying Erin's something face. About it? It's not good. Like, they don't look too kindly on people lying about what's going on. Sure.
How people don't look too kindly about lying about what's going on. Well, that's, I believe Cheshire is using this in the same way that Steve had intended this, meaning that people, meaning the authorities. So I'm curious, like, what authorities is Steve lying to? When if her argument were in fact correct, which we've already established it's not.
The court.
But if you it were correct and that Steve was misrepresenting the priority of the call.
Talking about SWAT and misrepresenting what had gone on, because it clearly wasn't SWAT. You are lady, you are all over the place.
Then who is he lying to exactly about this? YouTube?
I don't know.
That's who, or not even YouTube, Twitter, because it's a tweet. So that would be the allegation, right?
Well, he's lying to his audience for sure, according to you. But also, maybe she should let it play a little longer. I'm about to answer that question.
Okay.
Early in his TRO hearing, all of this, him accusing this woman publicly of making false police reports and attempting to swat him, because he said, I was swatted. This is what a swatting attempt looks like. Hey, remember at the beginning of the video where she said I was just gonna breeze over that swatting attempt part? Huh. She was not swatted, I was. With this report, which says nothing about swats. Anyway, pick your poison. Priority 3 is not what you're saying it is by any reference. Maybe somebody was making a piss poor SWAT attempt.
It's,
Huh?
apparently it was. I don't need to say anymore.
What do you wait, what do you mean apparently it was? Tell how. Show, please, by all means. What do you mean apparently it was a piss poor SWAT attempt? You know, when something is apparent, it means that you can see it, right? Like, easily? Like, that's the term, that's what that means? When something's apparent, it's like right in front of you? No? No? She agrees with me, but I'm wrong anyway. Or maybe this is a networked harassment attempt against Steve to try to, like, freak him out or harass him in whatever way, shape, or form.
I love how she explains that. And so maybe it was this ridiculous little thing over here. Maybe. All right, we'll give him this little thing because it's a big nothing burger or something. Like, really? Like, even if what you're saying there is actually, we're actually, like, factual and correct in a proper
But now it's not factual or correct, even though you've agreed with me already? Okay.
Representation of the situation. That's not enough.
No, it's not. It's not enough to accuse a person directly of swatting you, when there was obviously no swat, and you have no evidence that that person actually did that. Or you have no evidence not only that it wasn't that person, or that anybody at all did anything. So unless you have evidence that this was in fact a false call, you're gonna have to do better than what's been presented so far, which is nothing! So yes. Correct. You're gonna have to do better than that. That is not good enough. Steve thinking that maybe somebody did this is not good enough. He's going to have to provide something. You backing him up is not providing anything. Now you have to provide something. So if you're not going to survive anything, or provide anything, maybe you shouldn't have made it public. Or maybe, now hear me out, this might be crazy, maybe it has nothing to do with the internet at all. Maybe there just happens to be in his area some domestic violence going on, that charity, some kind of disturbance to the peace, and the police got called, and his apartment number got pulled out of the examples. The other option is maybe there is some domestic violence going on in Steve's location. We know he doesn't live alone. Maybe Steve...
That right there.
You mean maybe the call is exactly what it presents itself as? Maybe there has been domestic violence calls at that place before, which Steve confirmed that the police had been called to his location multiple times in another stream that we're going to look at after this one? Wow. Awkward. How's it feel getting thrown under the bus there, Erin? That's rough.
People know that Steve lives with a female roommate. So they're trying to, like, even if what she was saying were true, she just wants to out his roommate as a potential victim here? Like,
what the fuck am I outing? It's in the police report! Steve called it a domestic violence issue in his tweet! The fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? We know, like, it's public information that Steve lives with a woman named Kano. Why? Because Steve told us that, and Kano's come on camera when he first moved. This is all public knowledge. How could I be outing her as a victim? The fuck are you on? God, you're desperate.
I mean, I think that the potential victim should have a say in that, right? I mean, who the fuck does that?
I also didn't say Kano was, like, not the one abusing Steve. You're the one saying that. I didn't make that assumption, you did. Also, the caller says they hear, like, whatever, but no.
Obviously, that's not the case, so, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, fine, But still, that just seems...
Seems what? Made up
If
in
anyone
your
needed
head?
to see more proof that your bias may be clouding your judgment and
That it's not
dictating
swatting?
your actions. I can't think of one more so than that.
Why? Because I made public the public information? How dare I? Weird. The strange thing. It was got in an argument with his roommate. And I didn't even call it domestic violence, by the way. I said, got in an argument. And then somebody else called, thinking it was domestic violence. Here I am, giving that charity again. I didn't, it's not like I was out, whatever. And he left the scene and then came back and she was off. Like, she was gone. Maybe. I don't know. Erin, read the report. It says that a male was kicked out and then came back later. Read the report, Erin. Pay attention. Come on. I'm not there. Being terminally online. Yeah, maybe there's like a little bit of paranoia going on, and maybe this actually has nothing to do with anything going on.
That's true. That's
and why would YouTube creators have anything to do with any of this? Take a shot.
I agree with that. I agree with that, especially because like the person that he's alleging is likely behind it. I don't even know if he's definitively accusing her, but he's alleging that she's likely behind it. Even if that were the case.
Alleging that somebody did this to you is an accusation. But have you noticed that she's right, I agree with that, she's right, I agree with that, she's right, I agree with that, and then talks like I'm incorrect or what I've presented is wrong, and says that, oh my god, Chesh is so wrong about all this. If anything she was saying was factual, you know, any of those things that I said I agreed with. Owned again, guys. Take a shot every time I'm owned.
Hey,
damn.
That person doesn't have a YouTube channel, so I mean, I'm not sure why YouTube would care. I do think though the Steve is just like
paranoid,
just so not desperate, but just
desperate,
really in need of some assistance here and some protection from some governing authority of some type. You know, whether it be social media platform or actual authority, I don't know. But I do think that he's just like really in need and wants of something to be just done to prevent this shit that he's.
But you don't know what's happening. You don't know that anybody's doing anything to him. You can't demonstrate that. And besides, Steve is already got like attempting to get an RO, a restraining order against this Charla lady. And you know what's really funny about his restraining order against Charla? It will do nothing, even if he gets it. Because the thing is what the restraining order is going to do, it's going to prevent her from contacting him, which she's not doing. It's going to prevent her from potentially making content about him, which she doesn't do because she, as Erin just said, she doesn't have a YouTube channel or anything like that, so... And it's going to prevent her from making false reports to YouTube, which she's not doing. Because the one she reported, which again, Erin agreed with me about, had her personal information in it. So if it had her personal information in it, it's not a false report. Which Erin agrees with. Which means that even if Steve is successful in getting his restraining order, it will do exactly nothing for him. He's just wasting everybody's time.
Calling on anyone and everything he can think of. That's what I.
But he's asking for protection against something that might not even be happening. People can't protect him from the boogeyman under his bed. That's something that he has to deal with. That's a him issue. And that's if you can, because you can't prove that Charla or anybody else made a false call. Why is this one call? There were 3 others. Why is this one call fake? And the other 3 are not. What's the difference? And the reason I'm saying these things is because you brought them up. You made them public. That makes you responsible. My goodness.
But by all means, you know, feeling that way is obviously reason enough for us to just criticize the fuck out of him, right? For that. I mean,
I don't care how he feels. It's not swatting. He can be freaked out. Did I invalidate the way he felt about it? Yeah, this shit can be freaky. Cool, great. Anyway, still not swatting. And give a shit.
it's crazy. It really is crazy.
We have free reign to criticize him because he fucking made it public. Hello? What? At the very least, if you're gonna make this kind of attempt and try to throw this amount of spin onto whatever fucking nonsense you currently have going on with ROs and TROs and court dates and not showing up to court dates or whatever the fuck you've got going on, or like whatever weird ass meetup you and Erin and friends are trying to do in front of a courthouse, because that's not.
Yo.
Yo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm just gonna say, dude, like, your attempt to actually really learn the facts is about, well, your attempt to learn the facts is nowhere near as good as this piss poor attempt at swatting, as you put it.
Oh yeah. That's a weird thing to say after you were so highly praising me for having so much fucking information earlier. I recommend you get one of these. It's like a stress monkey, and when you start getting all rattled like this, you can squeeze it for comfort. It'll make you feel better, I promise.
Because Steve had never made any kind of inclination and participated in any kind of discussion whatsoever about any kind of meetup at all. I'm the one who made reference to that.
Say that.
And that had nothing to do with a fucking courthouse. What?
Yes, it did. You said earlier that you were going to a hearing. And that you wanted to do a meetup about it. Because that's where you were gonna be. Okay.
Why would you even allege that? Why would you fucking go out of your way and make that false claim? Why would you do that? I mean, did you not bother to say, I can't believe Erin said that. Let me see him just make sure that that's what she fucking said. Like, why would you not do the bare fucking minimum here? Like, do you not see how this is going to just ruin your credibility by making these outrageous claims? Because it was never once stated. In fact, it was emphatically stated that that's not what I wanted. No, and in fact, I didn't want this.
So people thought that, and then you were like, no, I don't mean that. So I'm right? Okay. I was just paraphrasing. I didn't realize I was that correct.
DramaCon thing to potentially happen until after
DramaCon.
My business. That's what was emphatically said. But by all means, let's just ignore that.
After your business, while you were still in the state, because that's the point of already being there. Which means after could mean 20 minutes, it could mean 3 days. But it's not going to be like so far gone after that this whole situation is out of people's minds. It's in fact, well, it is very much on everyone's minds.
That whole point. Let's ignore that whole thing. Because that doesn't fit your narrative, right? And let me just say,
what narrative?
Throughout this entire process, between all the shit that's been thrown at each other, you know, with Steve, with Cheshire, with Manya, maybe at times a little bit myself or whatever.
Wait. I thought you didn't know about all that stuff. But you knew enough to comment on it, but not comment on it. Now you're saying that you were involved. That you might have commented? Go on, yes. I just wanted to make that clear.
Really, I've taken nothing personally. I've taken no issue with either Cheshire or, well, maybe a little bit with Manya. But
Can we point out, I think I'll clarify real quick. Erin had nothing to do with and was not involved in the mod call nor the mediation with Steve when that whole fallout happened. She was a bystander after the fact that was just buffing Steve up and shitting on me and Manya, accusing Manya of credit card fraud and accusing us of being whores by calling us prostitutes, as well as trying to blow smoke up our asses in DMs while fucking us over in the public eye. So,
Yeah, I'll put it back a little bit. 30 seconds? Sound good? Yeah, what about back a minute?
At all. I'm the one who made reference to that. And that had nothing to do with a fucking courthouse. Why would you even allege that? Why would you fucking go out of your way and make that false claim? Why would you do that? I mean, did you not bother to say, I can't believe Erin said that. Let me see him just make sure that that's what she fucking said. Like, why would you not do the bare fucking minimum here? Like, do you not see how this is going to just ruin your credibility by making these outrageous claims? Because there was never once stated. In fact, it was emphatically stated that that's not what I wanted.
This is a really weird way for her to say that this isn't what I said, but this is definitely the thing I said. But that wasn't what I meant. But it is what I said. Like, this is a really weird roundabout way of saying you're right, but you're wrong anyway. Sorry, what? Sorry, I've lost. The person in chat came away with the same thing. Sorry, I'm just gonna go back a little bit. I want to make sure I didn't miss something in chat here. This lady never did the bare bones minimum. I love that Erin thinks she can ruin you. That's cute. She made drinks for herself though. That's research. Beach. What did she say with Manya? Oh, she said that she had an issue with Manya. Yeah. It's gonna play again, though. She did exactly what she complained about you doing, even though you didn't do that. Yes. Yes, correct. The guy in her chat. Oh, you mean from earlier. The person who brought this topic up that she shit on for... Yeah. Yes.
No, and in fact, I didn't want this like DramaCon thing to potentially happen until after my business. That's what was emphatically said. But by all means, let's just ignore that whole point. Let's ignore that whole thing because that doesn't fit your narrative, right?
No, let's talk about it.
And let me just say, throughout this entire process, between all the shit that's been thrown...
Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt her just one more time because let's do that. We're at 1 hour 17 minute 25. All right, if you guys don't mind, 1 minute 17 25. All right, don't forget where we're at because I'm just gonna open something else real quick like a bunny here. Let's just check. Because she's complaining that I didn't look to see what she had said, right? Even though if we look at earlier in the video where she explained where you would get the same takeaway, but
Wouldn't it be awesome?
I didn't talk about this in the video that she's watching because it wasn't about her, and I was just paraphrasing as an example. But maybe if the video was about her, I would have pulled this up and shown it. But hey, let's go ahead.
Wouldn't it be awesome if the drama community could just all go on vacation together, almost like a convention or something, like DramaCon or something? I don't know, but and just Kay was like, oh, that would be fucking crazy. Well, the place I'm going for a court date, I'm not going to reveal right now, but the place I'm going for a court date, I'm not going to reveal right now.
Going for a court date.
But the place I'm going for a court date, I'm not going to reveal right now. But obviously, if this ends up being something that people want to do, then I'm going to have to reveal the state anyways. Something that people want to do, then I'm going to have to reveal the state anyway. I'm going to have to reveal the state anyway. I'm going to have to reveal the state anyways. I'm going to have to reveal the state anyways. But the place I'm going is just about in the middle of the country. Just about in the middle of the country. But the place I'm going is just about in the middle of the country. The United States, it is. So, what if we all did actually have some sort of DramaCon or something? Not an actual convention because that takes a lot of planning, time and money and shit, and all things I don't have, especially since my money's getting tied up elsewhere about this trip. But and of course, I don't want anyone to get this twisted. Any place where this would be held would not be in the same location as my hearing because that's not why anyone would be there. They don't need to know, and it would be after the hearing. So I don't want anyone to be scared or worried because that's not going to happen. But it could be an hour away from there or something because I won't. It could be an hour away from there or something because I won't. It could be an hour away from there or something because I won't. There's a major city that's about an hour. It could be like an hour away from there or something. Because there's a major city that's like about an hour away. There's another one that's like 2 hours away. There's another one that's like 2 hours away. But it could be there, and it could be like a 1 night, 2 night thing or whatever. I don't want to say it's a meet and greet because this ain't about me. Because this ain't about me. Because this ain't about me. It should be about myself, other creators, and the viewers. Anyone who participates, and the viewers. Anyone who participates and who wants to be there. That's who this will be about. So yeah, it could be kind of like a meet and greet amongst YouTube users in the community. Oh, we could call it. Wait a minute. Wait, I got it. We could call it the Black Pie Without a Pot to Piss In YouTube community. Oh, that would be funny.
So, I would like to point out real quick that, as unfortunate as that is, during this time, we know that Steve is going after this Charla woman by name. With ROs, TROs, whatever. We also know that Erin was involved in that and making the same kind of content. And if you go ahead and look at a Google map and go to, like, I don't know, where's the center of the United States? Could it be Kansas? Huh. I wonder if I could maybe go to I don't know, publicly available website that has publicly available information on it and look up Charla's name that they've blasted all over the internet and see if Charla's name comes up in the Kansas court system and see if there's anybody else that's named. You want to know, you guys, how I could possibly have information about all the things that are going on? The answer is I didn't know. I had no idea. I cast a very broad and a very wide net, and little Miss Guilty Conscience over here told me everything. The biggest secret is that I didn't know, you just told me. Thanks! Weird. How strange, how bizarre. It's almost like the thing I said was accurate. How strange, how bizarre. How kind of her to make that all very, very clear. Oh, we were at, what, 17? There you go.
Do you not see how this is going to just ruin your credibility by making these outrageous claims? Because that was never once stated. In fact, it was...
Sorry, I'm just gonna look at this real quick. Charla is kind of crazy from what I learned, but that doesn't apply to your video. Yeah, whatever is going on with her is whatever that's going on with her. But, I mean, I don't know.
Emphatically stated that that's not what I wanted. No, and in fact, I didn't want this like DramaCon thing to potentially happen until after my business.
Within days. And people need to travel to be there. Which means you're going, because she said, Erin has stated publicly that she's not going as a witness, which means she's going as a defendant. So if she's going as a defendant, she's going because Charla in Kansas has put out an RO against Erin, or restraining order against Erin, at minimum, which means that Erin is soliciting her viewers to go to Kansas around the time of a restraining order hearing. Whether or not she intended it, that could very easily be viewed by a lawyer or by a court as fucking with the court system, because you're already being accused of harassing this person. That's why they're getting a restraining order in the first place. By the way, none of this is what I actually said in the video. So we'll get to that. She's putting out so much fucking information that nobody asked for.
That's what was emphatically said. But by all means, let's just ignore that whole point. Let's ignore that whole thing. Because that doesn't fit your narrative, right?
Nah, we talked about it.
And
Sorry.
let me just say, throughout this entire process,
Narrative.
between all the shit that's been thrown at each other, with Steve, with Cheshire, with Manya, maybe at times a little bit myself or whatever, I've taken nothing personally. I've taken no
Maybe
issue with either Cheshire, well, maybe a little bit with Manya. But whatever. That was a long time ago. I don't even care. I've taken no issue. Really. And I still have a hard time really taking issue now. And I didn't take any issue with this video until I heard my name mentioned. Like, why the fuck you even bringing me up, man? Why? Like, what is this about? Like, why am I on your mind? I don't.
Maybe because you're involved with these accusations about this Charla lady. Maybe because, like, you're doing a whole thing, and the whole thing is, like, involving multiple people, and maybe because, I like to make sure I know what I'm talking about before I do a stream and actually do a little bit of research. I was aware about your whole shtick between you and Steve and whoever else, that you were up to some bullshit, because you were up to some bullshit publicly. Like, in your video titles and thumbnails. Like, I didn't even have to look hard. There's this lovely, lovely, lovely little tool on YouTube. It's called the transcript. And you can open that transcript in the browser beside the video, and if you click on it, it'll play that part of the video. And the thing is you can open that, and then you can use this amazing tool that comes on all browsers, any internet browser. You press the control button, you hold that down, you press the F key. It will open the find function. And when you type in something in the find section, it will breeze through the entire transcript. So if, let's say I wanted to know, for example, how many times you or Steve or Veda, who we're going to talk about later, brought up Charla by name, I could simply open the video. I could hit Control F, and I could type in Charla, and be like, oh, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then if I wanted to find something in particular, I could click through, tab through, and then be like, oh, what were they saying there? Oh, let's play a section from here to here. It's almost like if I wanted to know if you were trying to do a get-together or find anything you are saying publicly about your hearing, I could have literally just opened any one of your videos, open the transcript, hit Control F, and type in hearing, and see how many times you brought it up and what you were saying. Lady, you're not good at this. Adorable. Yes, the transcript was in the clip that I showed you earlier of her saying what she was about meeting up for her court hearing.
Get this. And then you want to talk about things I said, possibly said in a live stream, and what my intent was.
F3, yes.
When you clearly have not even bothered to do the bare minimum of just actually hearing what I said in the live stream to possibly determine my intent.
You mean the thing I just played for everybody? I don't know, everybody. We just listened to it. What do you think? Do you think that my, like, flippant paraphrase was accurate? Yes or no? You tell me. She has a real hard-on for intent. Yes, correct. Your intent is irrelevant to the point, but you'd have to listen to the point first. And for some reason you think the point of this video isn't swatting, because when I was talking about swatting, you said that's not the point. It's like, yeah, it is.
I can't help but to take that a little personal.
Uh-huh.
So, though it really does pain me to do this. It really fucking does.
Look
and
at what
I don't
you made
want
me
to
do.
this. I don't.
You made
I don't
me
want to
do
take
this.
issue with you, Cheshire.
My feelings are so
I've had
hurt.
No
Why are you
feelings towards
making me?
whatsoever. If anything, I've been kind of bummed because I've really enjoyed talking with you and knowing you and stuff, and doing the few, like, collaborations and shit we've done. I've really enjoyed that.
It's not really that hard to get a hold of me or talk to me. All you have to do is, not be a bitch.
And I've been kind of bummed that that's been
So bummed out.
terminated.
Hey, you know, it was a really interesting question you asked earlier about why you were on my mind, and I explained that briefly. But and now I have a question. You're bummed? Like it's wrecking your real life. It's wrecking your day to day that you're not talking to me, and you could have talked to me pretty much any time. Why are you thinking about me so much? Why am I on your brain, Erin? Weird, bizarre, funny thing that. Huh.
So I assure you, this is not something I want to do. But like,
But you made me.
I don't know what else to say. Like, you're not
Wait,
giving
it's gonna
me
get better.
an ounce of respect at all. And you can argue and say I'm not deserving of that respect or whatever. I don't see how I'm not at least a little deserving. Or at least maybe not deserving of respect. I think I'm at least deserving of your due diligence that you should really want to do for your own sake, for your own.
But you said I was right. And you even described how I was right while claiming I was wrong.
Image, not for me.
What do you want from me? I can't read
And
your
you're
mind.
clearly showing me that I'm not.
You're not. Correct.
Yeah,
don't
I take that a
respect
little
you.
personally, I think. So, let me just say,
I don't have any respect for Erin. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sorry. I take that back. I don't have any respect for Erin. I have no reason to have any respect for Erin. Especially after this. She's so incompetent.
say that hopefully next time you'll just learn what it is I said rather than listening to whatever narrative is being pushed in whatever fucking group chat or Discord or whatever the case may be.
Why does she think I'm in a Discord?
Because from my understanding, for what I've been told,
Guys, do I need to play
and
it
for granted,
again?
take it with a grain of salt, I've just been told this. A lot of people have been slowly realizing how they've been fucking lied to, manipulated, and tricked.
By who? You mean you've just been told this and you're not double checking that thing that you just said that I needed to do? You're gonna immediately turn around and then do the thing that you just told me not to do? Okay, what are people getting manipulated about and by whom?
So yeah, just keep that in mind because that may be an experience for you coming up. And if it is, I mean, whatever it is, you know, I'm not going to
Are
hold
you
it against
threatening me
I'm not.
now?
But
Girl, don't threaten me with a good time. If you got dirt on me, please. I mean, come on, hit me up. Apparently I was lying and manipulating people. Please. What is it? I'd love to know. Yeah, damn. She just threatened me with a good time. How dare you manipulate me with facts? Yeah, damn it. Shit. Fuck. I've been owned again by some vague eluding that I'm manipulating people. Okay.
you just might want to keep that in mind. That's all. Because, like, you might be being lied to.
I might be being lied to? By who?
Weird.
Wait. At all. I'm not the one doing the lying and manipulating. Somebody else is lying and manipulating me? I guess I just don't know what swatting is, and only Erin, who agrees with me, knows what swatting is. Okay.
Oh.
Yo, what up? Ugh. Maybe take a deep breath. maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not any of the things you're presenting. Yeah, I said it
or
was
at least
fine.
saying that it is. And maybe if it was, you should probably actually black out some more of the information that's on here, because, like, you could basically search the general location and find out who that dispatch agent was. You could find out who the officer was, because they've all got last names showing.
So, I'm not going to dox Steve, but let me impart to you the wisdom and the steps you can take to out him yourself.
Steve's location is already public, dumbass. It was public before this. Because of the restraining order that Charla got against Steve. You want to know how I know Charla got a restraining order against Steve, you tell me in like 10 minutes.
I mean, you got a point, though. I mean, that kind of information should absolutely be redacted if you want to keep something like your location, private. Okay, fine. But pointing it out in a live stream like this, is just...
This is a video.
We see what you're doing.
It was a live stream, but it's also a video. But also his information was already public. So it doesn't matter. Bro, it's not my job to keep Steve's information safe for him. That's his job. You can get a lot of the information and probably get a solid location if Steve didn't want this information out there. Worst case scenario in his mind is literally nobody cares to swat him. The thing is like, with the number of people that have gone after Steve for a long...
Look, I'll be the first person to admit that really one of my main reasons why I don't care if people say negative shit about me is because really I'm just happy that they're talking about me. So I understand that mindset.
As somebody who had been live for an hour and 22 minutes at this point, because you got mentioned for half of a second in a video, you very much care. You just said that you were very hurt and you were bummed out. And that, like, you didn't want to do this, but you just had to.
But I don't think that anyone would ever be upset that no one cared to swat someone, because it doesn't mean that they don't care to interact with you or to know you or to talk about you. It just means that you haven't inspired this intense feeling of hatred in them for them to commit such a crazy act, right? I mean...
You don't have to hate somebody to swat them. People used to do that kind of shit for funsies. It didn't have anything to do with hate. It just had to do with people being bored and wanting to fuck with somebody. And people have died over it. Hey, you're assuming a lot about the intention of people. We played the video clip of where she was talking about her drama con. So we're not all the way there yet.
I think most people would be okay if that were the case.
Long time. The fact that not a single one of them has ever crossed this line, I don't see why any of them would cross it now. Right?
Oh.
Like, what would
Well, I mean, that would be true if you were under the belief or you were alleging that the person who was behind such a call is someone that you've been familiar with who's been coming at Steve for all this time.
Correct. Yes.
I don't believe that was ever the allegation. But I understand what you're saying, though.
So now there is an allegation. Okay.
It does seem kind of crazy that someone would go to this extreme. Yeah, sure, it does.
That's not
but
what
I'll
I'm
say,
saying.
ever since I've been a part of the drama community, pretty much my expectations have been blown right out of the water on what I would consider crazy or
I don't care about what your personal experience means and what you think is crazy. What I'm saying is that for Steve to have had people who haven't swatted him over so many years haven't done so, it means it's unlikely that any of them did it. Meaning that even if you're saying, like, even if it wasn't Charla, right? Even if, right, if Steve is like, oh, somebody definitely swatted me, I think it was Charla. There is no evidence that not only was it not Charla, that's been presented especially by Steve at this point. There's no evidence that it was Charla, and no evidence that anybody, including all of the people that have followed and hated Steve for so long, swatted him or made this call. None whatsoever. So if you want to demonstrate that somebody did this, you're going to have to show some sort of event that would have escalated to this point. Dear Lord. Thank you. Yeah, no, tell me I'm wrong if you think I'm wrong. I don't have a problem with Erin coming in and reviewing the video. The problem is that you're right, but fuck you anyway. And it's fun. I don't even actually have a problem with this. I'm having fun. I'm here for funsies.
Likely to occur that was crazy. Because holy shit, the drama community is crazy. It is. I say that knowing I'm a member. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. What do you mean you're kidding?
This additional...
Own it!
Shit.
Own it, crazy.
I am aware that there's like a bunch of court dates coming up, but why, like, if you're gonna say, right, if you're gonna say this is swatting, right? And it's like because I think he's trying to claim that it's this Charlotte woman he was talking about.
Yes.
If he's trying to call this swatting and it's because of this Charlotte lady, and the thing that's instigating this Charlotte lady.
Whoa, I didn't even catch that before. Yo,
if he,
all right. If you right now or on the replay are just listening to the stream, stop what you're doing for a second and look at the screen, okay? Because you're going to see some. This entire time that Cheshire has been talking about Steve and all these other actors, it's just been Cheshire up on the screen, or she shared her screen to show like documents, okay? Keep that in mind as I'm about to hit play. I'm going to rewind it 5 more seconds to, give more context.
It's like because I think he's trying to claim that it's this Charlotte woman he was talking about. If he's trying to...
Suddenly Steve's picture pops up in the image, but we're going to let that go. Okay, we're going to keep playing.
Call this swatting, and it's because of this Charlotte...
I'm going to pause real quick. Steve's image has already been in the video, because I showed his Twitter, which has his picture, which is that picture. It's the same picture.
Lady.
Second time she said the name, and then... I don't know, one of the social media avatar images pops up for that person that she named.
It's Twitter.
Why is she doing a video where she's including the images of these two people together, and when she's included no other images of people? This seems kind of suspect.
What? So people have a visual reference of what I'm talking about. What do you mean? It's so suspicious. Bro, we know that Steve has a court date coming up, right? Like, we know that he has a court date coming up because we know that he's going after Charla for a restraining order. Why do we know that? Because Steve told us. We know this. Why was this so weird? Steve isn't Voldemort, Erin. We can say his name. Basic video presentation, Erin. You're supposed to be a content creator. Are you that inept? Oof. Savagery.
And the thing that's instigating this Charla lady is...
the name again.
The court case against her because you've got a temporary restraining order her, or whatever.
No, it's not whatever. That is, in fact, what he has. I mean...
Wow, that's really interesting, because he was going around at this time telling everyone he had a restraining order and was being very not specific about it. I'm being non-specific because it's not really important.
Let's just give it its credence, It's
cool.
A temporary restraining order, not whatever.
Okay.
I mean, why are you trying to minimize that so much?
Because it hasn't gone anywhere yet. We all know that a temporary restraining order doesn't really mean anything until it becomes a proper restraining order where you've actually demonstrated your point. We know this because we went over it again and again and again when Katie Joy got one for Steve. Oh no, April, were you the only one that got ads? That's so sad.
I mean, do you not believe victims?
If that were the...
What? Huh? Do I not believe victims? Okay, so then I guess Steve did sexually harass Katie Joy then, because she got a temporary restraining order, Erin, you fucking moron. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Case. Why would she...
No, not if that were the case.
And then why don't you believe Charlotte? Because Charlotte's already got a standing restraining order against him. But okay.
So much. I mean, do you not believe victims?
If that were the case, why would she...
No, not if that were the case. It is the case.
Cool, thanks for
who
confirming
has a
that.
case against Erin... Fucking...
Again, what the fuck do I have to do with this? And I didn't even notice my picture was included into this whole fucking scenario here. Why am I up on the screen now? Why?
Because not everybody knows who you are by name. She is very freaked out by this for some reason. I wonder why.
Wait, what makes you think anyone's got a case against me, period? Do you know Do you know even the law in Canada, let alone the law in our country? Do you? Do you know the civil procedure rules or anything for any of the states here? Do you understand what you're even talking about? Because I'll tell you, I don't fucking understand a thing about it. But I mean, I've gained a little bit of understanding, but I still know nothing. So really, I'm curious, like, what place of expertise are you coming from here to even discuss on these things? Because
Erin, your guilty conscience is showing. I don't know at this point if Charla has a case, or what I do know is because you said you're going to a hearing. You said it was the middle of the country. The only answer is that it's Charla. It has to be Charla. That's the thing that's been going around with everybody, and I know that you and Steve and Veda were all involved. So it makes sense that the center of the country, with Charla's name, in Kansas, which is where we know Charla is from, and we know where Charla is from because you guys blasted her fucking information all over the goddamn internet, means that it's very, very easy for when you to mention that you have a hearing that you are not a witness in, meaning that you have to be the defendant because you're going all the way to fucking Kansas, tells me that I know that there is a hearing that exists. There is a case that exists. You're hearing me saying that she has a case against you is telling you, and you are now telling all of us, that I think the case is valid. That's not what I said. I said the case existed. Those are two different things. You've just confirmed that what I had suspected was the case was in fact true. I didn't know. You served it to me on a silver platter that you're getting also a restraining order case, and that's why you're going to fucking Kansas, because of whatever Charla's got on you. You heard me saying a case existed, that she has a case against you, as in the case exists, as she has a case against you, as in she has a good case and is going to win and is valid. And you flipped the fuck out. Rattled. Ugh. Goodness gracious me. You know, she seems to think I'm in a lot of discords and talking to a lot of people, but although I have not been, I do believe that Charla's lawyers owe me a gift basket at this point for serving all of this to them on that silver platter that you presented it to me with. My goodness. So she's admitted to wanting to have a meetup in and around the court date. That would definitely intimidate a witness in a restraining order scenario where it's a harassment civil issue. And that would turn the court into a fucking monkey town. And now she's admitted that she has a restraining order, and that Steve only has a temporary restraining order and hasn't actually presented his case yet. And I think we're gonna get more out of her.
I am going to argue that there is none.
Start doing this now in such a weird way. If this is a SWAT Erin, I would or whatever. If that were the case, why would she, who has a case against Erin, fucking start doing this now?
Okay. See, you're under the belief that this just happened like last week or something, right? I take it? No, it didn't.
No.
See,
I can see the dates.
That 911 call or whatever was made some time ago. It was made before Steve was served. And that's why he's been, considering the possibility that this call was made to confirm his location because of how quickly thereafter this phone call.
I'm sorry, what was that? Steve was served? What was Steve served with? What an interesting little tidbit you've decided to drop in my lap. What was it I said earlier, that the reason I know that Steve didn't show up to a court case and has a restraining order against him from Charla is because Erin told me that in this video? Like I said, I cast a very wide net, and hook, line, and sinker, I didn't know. Erin was kind enough to tell me. Goodness.
Service had been made. So
So Steve's been
that's
served.
what this is stemming from. And to answer your question, why now?
Okay,
Well, it wasn't
sure.
now. It was then, and that's why, possibly.
Maybe.
Allegedly.
You don't
That's
know.
why. So
Yeah.
again, I feel like if you just
Which makes it not SWAT. Which also means that Steve knew it wasn't SWAT. And it wasn't even a swatting attempt. So every argument you've made to say that the intention matters, then it's not fucking SWAT, by the way.
said your bare minimum here of due diligence, you would have been privy to this information, if not by being told this information, then by concluding this all on your own.
Wait. So I could conclude all. So why do you think I'm in any kind of Discord getting all kinds of additional information if everything that I've said up to this point, even though it's really weird that I know all this information, is stuff that I could have just gotten? You are, lady, maybe next time, 1, watch the video ahead of time. 2, don't be so shook, because you're just like feeding people information like at the drop of a hat. Man, could you imagine being like, she's the snitch of the group, man. She's like, you guys are up to something shady, little bit of pressure and she squeals immediately. My goodness. Oh no, April. Oh, sorry, let me be clear. Let me just look real quick. To the best of your knowledge, sorry, hold on. It's a TRO. Which is a TRO? Steve has a TRO against Charla because the court date is coming up, and we know that because Steve told us that. So which one are you talking about, April? I'm more than happy to clarify. Such a weird way.
Weird way.
If this is a swatting attempt on the behalf of others,
You need to find a different adjective than weird, because you calling everything weird is desensitizing the
word weird?
The image you're trying to portray when you call something weird. In fact, it's not even making sense. Like
No, I don't know.
It's
This
not
is all pretty
consistent
weird.
with the imagery you're trying to. The imagery you present each time you use the word weird is not the same. It's not consistent. You're giving mixed signals, and no one really understands what the fuck you're talking about. So you might want to find a more precise word to accurately convey what it is you're trying to say.
She's so rattled. She doesn't even know what to say. She's talking so quickly just because she's all freaked out. Oh, this poor woman. This is weird, strange, or abnormal. Yes, but whether you like it or not, your behavior and Steve's behavior about a Facebook group is fucking weird. Especially a Facebook group that you already got control over. You're fucking weird. All of this is not the way normal people act in their day-to-day lives. Maybe terminally online. Steve, then you and your friends organizing a meet and greet at your
Who the fuck called it a meet and greet?
You
I'll be
did.
honest, I considered it a meet and greet. I did. But who the fuck's gonna want to meet me? That's,
Who called it a meet and greet? Well, I did, but anyway. What the fuck?
I consider it for a minute, but then
I understand that Charla has a TRO on Steve. I understand that Charla, sorry, I could be wrong on account of not giving a fuck. Yeah, she has a full-on restraining order because Steve didn't fight it in court. That comes up.
and reality sets, kind of set in. I'm like, what the fuck am I thinking? No, what would be cool though is if I could meet other fellow creators, people who I've collaborated with or associated with, or even people who I've become friends with, like as viewers and or creators. That's what I landed on. So that wasn't a meet and greet. And it definitely wasn't anything that concerned anyone else or any appearance that was required of me.
You know who it might concern? Having all of your friends and fans show up to meet you and or other creators in and around your court date. The person that is getting a restraining order because of your content. You dumbass. I wasn't even saying that though, but she totally misses what I was getting at.
It just had to do with me trying to turn lemons into lemonade, I guess.
Your intent doesn't
because of
matter.
how nervous and everything I am about having to fly out to another state, possibly, to do this, you know, and to do so.
Why do your feelings and intentions matter more than the person that you're going to court with? Like the person who's getting the restraining order. Don't you believe victims? Isn't that what we said earlier? That we should believe the victim, who would be Charla in this case? Why would you and your intentions take priority over what her lawyers could argue in court? You and your fucking mob. Yes, she said meet and greet, and she admitted that it was a meet and greet in this video. She can't even argue semantics in that case. Not that semantics would fly in court, because the result is what matters.
Well, on my own, like, I don't know. This gave me something to look forward to and something else to focus on by especially by making it after my appearance, because then I felt like I was free to do so. But apparently everyone thinks I'm not.
Correct.
Not everyone, just people like Cheshire here think I'm not.
I mean, that's not what I said. Actually, interestingly enough, had she played the whole clip, which she's not going to play, I said, if you think that this is swatting, then Erin having a meet and greet would be considered witness intimidation. Indicating that, no, it's not, because it's not swatting. Now, there could be an argument that you're trying to intimidate the person involved, so, I mean, at least even mine was more accurate than it being fucking SWAT.
But I am. But still, I think that another time and location will have to be considered because of other reasons.
But you just said nobody wanted to meet you.
Dangerous.
And nobody would take you up on the hearing for your stupid Facebook Katie Joy group, then you're witness intimidating as far as I'm concerned. You're trying to intimidate the lady who's there.
Why are you trying to credit Steve with my idea? This was my fucking idea. Fuck that shit. Men get enough credit for everything else. Can I not have just have this one thing myself? Anyway, DramaCon was.
I did credit you. I said if Steve is considered this, then you doing this would be considered that. Erin is so fucking rattled that she can't get through a sentence without having to stop and self-comfort. My goodness.
My idea. It wasn't Steve's. Fuck you. And
didn't say it was.
It's not just the Katie Joy community. It's not just the people who are part of that group or page. No, it's the entirety of the drama community on YouTube. It doesn't even have to do with Facebook. So what the fuck are you even talking about? Why are you trying to make this something it's not? See,
the reason I brought up Facebook is because the whole reason they started arguing with Charlotte in the first place was because of a Facebook Katie Joy group. She is so freaked out, she has no idea what anybody is talking about anymore.
This is something that you would have been, back in the day anyways, you would have been right there as being expected and wanted to attend. So that's the kind of creator, kind of relationships that my idea was targeting anyways. So yeah. That's weird.
That's weird? Good luck, fucko. Like, what a dumb fucking thing to say. This is so stupid.
Right?
This is so fucking stupid. Whatever. Not my job. Anyway.
Then why are you employing?
She cuts it off and then doesn't play the rest of the video, and she asks, then why are you doing this? If she let the last little bit of the video play, it would have... I explain exactly why I talked about it. Because it's fucking funny. Because you're a joke. Because your entire situation is complete fucking clown town. That's why.
Yourself in this position if it ain't your job. Anyway. Alright, so yeah, that's that.
Oh, she's so freaked out.
Alright, back over to chat.
Guys, do you think I'm part of the drama community? Because back in the day, when I would have been invited to something like this, Steve and I were not part of the drama community, and Steve was very adamant about not being part of the drama community. So no, I don't think I would be. Because this isn't my kind of content.
What? There's an eclipse? There was an eclipse? What? What are you talking about, Dirty Uncle Sam?
How odd.
Hi, by the way. Hi, Nikki. Yes, she is making it worse, Nikki. You're right.
Making what worse? Saying it's not swatting?
Seriously, though, Veda, when I'm done with the stream, you and I gotta talk because...
Imagine the facts making things worse. For who? The facts do tend to make things worse for particular people in particular scenarios.
I think I'll be able to convey something to you that will put your mind at ease to in many ways.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. This gets better.
When did I get served? I don't even remember.
Oh, so she did get served.
This September.
Oh. In September! Oh. Funny thing that.
Sometime.
Hmm.
I think. I don't know. But see, Dirty Uncle Sal, when you asked about has the name become taboo or whatever, I stopped saying her name even before I was served. Just because
Charla's?
I don't know, I felt obligated to stop saying the name.
So it was Charla who served you. So it is Charla that you're going to Kansas to go for. And you stopped talking about her when you got served paperwork. Weird. Funny how that happens. Strange, isn't it? I need to point this out, even if it might be past the point to point it out. When someone said there was an eclipse, she looked around the room as if she would see it. I didn't notice that. That's funny. Chesh, I hereby make you and everyone in this chat honorary members of the interdimensional cephalopod community. Hey, we're all cephalopods here. Are you a eukaryote? Ah, goblins. All right.
I'm not. I wasn't. But I personal obligation, I guess that you could say, is why I stopped saying the name. And I created my own nickname, really. And
So you started calling them by something else, but continued to talk about them, which means that you just kept talking about them, and whatever personal obligation you felt to not mention their name is completely meaningless. Because everybody knows who you're talking about. And now if people didn't know who you were talking about, you just confirmed that that entire time you were talking about that person. So if you were going to try to argue in court that you didn't say these things about this person, you just fucking blew that off in the water. Okay. So she just admitted that she continued to milk her content, not caring about how it impacted this lady. Yes, correct.
I'm just gonna say CTL was the nickname, which I kind of like because it's like the
CTL.
control button on a keyboard. You know, control. Anyway, so yeah, there's that. But there's been nothing stating that I can't say the name. I just, even before I was served, though, I just thought, well, I don't want to run the risk really of being responsible for any kind of bullshit. So I'll just
So you knew what you were going to be saying could get you in trouble when it came to court, and then you did it anyway, but did it under like a pseudonym for the lady? Are you serious? And you're telling us this now, which is before your court hearing, which is what, next month? And you did that to try to dodge out responsibility for what you were saying, therefore knowing that you were responsible for what you were saying, knowing that it could have been problematic for you? Seriously, I need to get in contact with Charlotte's lawyers now because, like, hello, please give me my gift basket. I would love skincare products. That would be lovely. I would love some skincare products, please. And snacks. I like snacks. If you give me like a gift card for like snacks, that'd be great. Hey.
I should be on payroll.
Refrain from saying
God
that.
damn.
Yes, there was a Ring of Fire eclipse. Oh.
She is
There was-
rattled.
So that's like solar eclipse, right?
My goodness.
Yeah, solar eclipse. Lunar's the one with the moon. Well, at night, rather.
Don't go live when you're
The
freaked out,
annular
kids.
eclipse, the Ring of Fire, was this morning. Oh, okay. I was asleep this morning.
Cool
Unless
as a
it was
cucumber.
morning, like, in another part of the country. Maybe I wasn't. As we've learned about time zones earlier. It's almost a total eclipse, but has a halo of the sun. Oh, okay. Oh, I would have liked to have seen that. I just wanted to know if saying her name was something that you were uncomfortable with being. Oh, I don't care who's you. Dude, I'm not going to limit anyone's speech here. I'm not going to encourage any speech either, but just I'm not going to limit any speech. You guys all say whatever it is you feel comfortable saying. That's all. Like whatever.
But we know that's not true. Somebody made a comment about something that's in the video and she fucking shit on them for making the comment. So, yeah, you are.
No, I'm just. It's a personal decision, personal choice, whatever. Hi, Reagan.
Hi, Reagan.
So yeah, that's my whole take on Cheshire's video there, and I mean, it really, it does it.
I'm right.
There's a reason why I really haven't talked much shit on her like this entire time. Like I've disagreed with things and I've agreed with things, but I really haven't given
Like
much
what?
discussion on it because I don't really think it's my place to. Because even like I said in the beginning of the stream, even if neither Cheshire or Steve really respect their friendship any longer, I still respect the friendship they had. So I'm not going to speak on things. I gave my opinion way back then when shit happened because there was only one side presenting at the time and they were coming hard and I felt like they were wrong.
And which side was that was presenting that was coming hard? Because from my understanding, what I knew about who was coming forward about what had happened between me and Steve was the Discord moderator call was public and went public. And then the mediation call between me and Steve that was supposed to have a moderator also went public. And neither of those are coming from anybody in particular because there was no commentary on them. They just were out to be watched and seen on their own. So if she didn't know, how did she know that somebody was wrong if she didn't know? On top of that, I brought the mods on who were in that call into a live stream so they could answer questions and voice their concerns about what had happened, and if anybody needed to ask any questions to me in particular, you could have asked questions. Needless to say, Erin was not there. On the other hand, I also went on to Drunken Peasants after the Drunken Peasants reached out to me and talked to me in the background and assured me about a couple of things that I was concerned about because I was very tentative about going on there and I was like, I don't know. But the reason I chose to go on the Drunken Peasants at that time was because I knew they would be neutral about it if they thought I was full of shit, and they were Steve's friends, not my friends. We've become friends since then. They're definitely a lot more friendly between each other at this point in time. But at that time, I was on because Steve was invited on. So I was invited on with Steve. Or I was invited on because it was through Steve. This is the first time I had been invited without him. And guess who was also invited to come on and didn't want to? Steve! So what the fuck is she talking about? It's almost like she's fucking wrong. Weird.
Had it not been this like mob mentality thing ganging up on one person and or they not been wrong, I probably would not have spoken up. But because of those two things together, I spoke up. And even then I was very, very reserved with anything I said. I just said,
that's a really weird way to say you called me and Manya prostitutes with like laughing with Steve about what had gone on, about the amount of work that we had done and that I had in particular done to make sure that Steve's reputation didn't go to shit. Which, as you can see how that's going. So it's really weird of you to say that we were ganging up on Steve when he's the one who called everybody into that call. Weird. funny thing that? And you think we're wrong. That's also very interesting. I would love to know in what way she thinks me and Manya and Dapper and all of Steve's mods were wrong about. Would love to hear that out.
Simply said, I don't agree. And
yeah, but you didn't know
pointed
anything.
out how there was no legal obligation there, which obviously there wasn't. So that's all I said on the matter.
A legal obligation would be something that would have had to have been argued in court. Had I wanted to take Steve to court, that is something I could have invested time and money in, but for what? It's not like there's video upon video upon video evidence and text upon text upon text evidence of us agreeing to a business partnership, which is a legal obligation, you dumbass. But as we know, and as you stated, you don't know anything about court. You don't know anything about any of this, as you have claimed.
But, in
I will stretch,
this scenario, this situation here, she decided to bring my name up in this a couple times and make some pretty fucked up accusations regarding me.
No, I didn't.
And totally misinform viewers of any actions I took. I mean, she flat out lied. Whether she realizes that it was a lie or she is another story. Either she knows for a fact it was a lie, or she just didn't bother to determine whether or not what she was being told was a lie.
What lie?
I don't care. She still flat out lied.
What lie?
Just the intent might differ, which I can give credit to that. But it doesn't change the outcome that she fucking lied, and therefore I'm issuing a response here.
So now the intent doesn't matter? So when it's you, the intent super duper matters, but when it's anybody else, the intent doesn't matter. Huh. Okay.
So yeah. And it does. It still pains me to do this, but I mean, why am I being included in the shit? Like, I get that she still has like a lot of ill feelings or whatever with Steve.
Because you're directly involved.
They were good friends for a long time. So I don't blame either or both sides for having bad feelings against the other person. That's not going to go away overnight. I don't make any comment or judgment on that.
You probably never.
But why the fuck am I being brought into this shit? Come on.
Because I'm not talking about my issues with Steve from a business point of view and what had happened. I'm talking about his accusations about a swatting attempt made by Charla, who you also have a court case against. That's why. Because you were involved, you dumbass.
Like, I haven't even mentioned her name in, like, how long? Why? I don't get why this is even a thing.
Why are you talking
but
about
here we are.
I'm involved in? Oh,
fucking here we are. We got the Philly clips here. It was beautiful, and I've got.
Oh, I can't
I've
talk
got to
about
get
more
my
than one thing.
photos uploaded so I can edit a pic of the ring.
Damn.
The fire over a specific waterfall. Oh my god, I want to see that dirty uncle style. You better post this shit to Twitter.
Yeah, for somebody who makes drama content. She's mad that I flippantly paraphrased her.
That's, Vanna, I gotta agree. It does seem like someone might have been put up to it, like, to do that stream. Like, okay, like I said earlier before. So
I've been put up by somebody now. Now it's a whole conspiracy.
No, I don't.
Yo,
If you were to look at Cheshire's channel, which I'm not suggesting anyone go and check, I'm not suggesting anyone do that, but I'm just going to myself personally pull it up, and I'm going to convey what it is I see there.
And I'm not going to show you guys what I'm looking at. I'm just going to say it out loud.
All right, so if you look at her channel, though, so I go under videos, and okay, so there's one day ago that Steve's name is mentioned. But if you go through, you don't see anything else about Steve, concerning Steve, any Steve-related business. Like, there's nothing that I can see. I'm back 3 weeks now. And now, for granted, I'm just going by the title and the thumbnail, okay? Again, still not seeing anything. Still not seeing anything. I'm back 2 months now.
Sorry, my earbuds died. I had to switch. I just muted so that way there wouldn't be an echo. I decided to let her keep going. She was
Oh,
just checking
this
my channel
could
for
be
content.
something here from 3 months ago.
Uh-huh.
It looks like maybe that's a picture of Steve in the thumbnail. I don't know.
Maybe it's
There's
Steve in
eyes
the
over his
thumbnail. I
face,
don't
and it
know.
has something to do with Pride Month or what, bigots or what. I don't know.
Bitch, you were in that video. I talked about you there too. I guess just nobody told you. So the thing is like the videos that she's looking at are videos that are calling Steve transphobic and a bigot and racist. So she probably doesn't want to show her audience that she's here in a video supporting a transphobic, bigoted racist. Not to mention like his very obvious misogyny that he has managed to slip himself into without any woman there to slap him on the wrist. But, you know, whatevs.
In philosophy, that's what made me look at it, was the philosophy, and then maybe it's him. I don't know, but that's from 3 months ago. Either way, his name's not in the title though.
She defines if a video is about somebody if their name is in the title.
So that's the only thing that might possibly be concerning Steve over the past. I'm not going to go back much further.
It's true. I don't actually talk about Steve that much, so I'm
at
not going to
5
nitpick on
months
this
now.
too much.
So we'll just say 5 months. So
It's just-
that's under video. So I go under live.
That's the extent of her research. That's like, is this how she researches everything? No wonder she has to like pony off of Katie Joy content. She's completely incompetent. This is like when you see there's a good number of like debunkers from the debunking community that exclusively talk about flat earth, and the reason they exclusively talk about flat earth is because they're not capable of dealing with anything that's more complicated than that. Like this, the apple has to be on the ground and fermented, and the squirrel needs to be passed out drunk to be before you're gonna shoot at it. Fish in a barrel, like I don't, and that's fine as long as you stay in your lane. But if you start leaving your lane and you start talking to everybody like they're flat earthers and it's a little bit of a level above, sorry, bro. Like, just some people just aren't able to deal with anything that's not, like, fucking piss poor easy. Right, Vigri. Yes.
And I'm back 1 month, nothing. I can't, did she really, like, dislike the whole Barbie movie, or did she like it? I can't tell. I haven't seen it yet, but so I'm not judging. I really don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I may fucking love the movie. I don't know, but I'm just kind of curious where Cheshire stands on it.
Click on a video. Look at my Twitter.
All right, so I'm back 4 months, and I'm not seeing anything in the thumbnails or the titles to suggest that Steve has been on her mind or a focus of her content. Anyway, 6 months now I'm back. Okay, so in the past 6 months, besides yesterday's video, I see one possible potential video that could involve Steve.
She's incorrect. I think I had those two. There are two that came out at the same time. There were live streams that I turned into videos that went. And then there was Dumbfuck Friday where we talked about him. It's called 3 Strikes and a Boom. And then there was a video that I made out of that live stream. So... and that's within, like, definitely within 6 months. There might have been one more time before that when I was talking about, like, a big bunch of issues, but I don't know if that was within 6 months or not. So, the number should probably be closer to 3 videos, but I'm just helping her out here. Doing her a favor for no reason.
So there's nothing on her channel to depict that she has been thinking about Steve or following Steve or concerned with Steve. So it's kind of out of character to all of a sudden to be concerned with Steve. That on its own is suspect.
So I'm sus if I don't talk about Steve, and I'm sus if I do talk about Steve.
But then for her to know all the things she knows, for someone who's given no inclination that she has been all about the things Steve. So I'm reluctant to say seriously or suggest seriously that she's been preoccupied with Steve on the mind and following Steve to a normal nature or even an obsessive nature, whatever. I'm reluctant to say that because it's her content is not showing this. but yet the knowledge, the well of information she
She
has
seems very confused.
is kind of suggesting that she's either talking to people on the inside or she's been all about things deep. I don't know which. I really don't.
Maybe it's neither.
I don't know for sure if there's a Discord or not, but
Why
there
is she...
could be.
Okay, so, all right. She has mentioned this Discord that may or may not exist. That has people, like, working together against, like, Steve or her or whatever, that's sharing all this information. Every accusation is a confession. Maybe Erin and friends are in a Discord where they do shit like this. If I'm not mistaken, there was it a Facebook group or a Twitter group that there were screenshots that went public or some information went public from that was called Charla's Harassers or something like that. That'll look good in court, I'm sure. That's like saying Sir Sick is being sus when he says he's handsome and good at the sex. Hey, a Twitter message group. Thanks, Manya.
Yeah. So that's a good point, though, Vanna. Thank you.
I'm very suspicious. Knowing public information. How strange. Imagine being able to put 1 + 1 = 2 together. I don't know.
Call him a transphobe regarding a tweet he posted. Okay.
No, I called him a transphobe due to a video that he did. Oh, but I guess also, he's done a lot of Twitter shit down too at this point.
Just been debating with the anti-people in mainstream. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to get involved in that whole discussion or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't.
You're very confused, Erin. You could have just asked.
I feel like it's entertaining much of the discussion by having it. And really, a lot of the talking points are just bullshit.
Then why did you go on Steve's channel on...
Oh, what's this? What's this about critical race theory?
To talk about transphobia? Weird. Huh. It's almost
I don't
like
remember
she's
Steve
lying
saying
to
anything
her
talking
audience.
about critical race theory.
Yeah?
What does that have to do with transphobia?
It doesn't? I mean, it's bigotry. You could lump it together, I guess, but... She lying to herself? Oh.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not saying that she can't cover anything I put out. I'm just saying that's why I'm talking about it now. It's because my name was brought up. That's all. So if she wants to include my name out of the blue, like she hasn't talked about me. She's talked about me less than she's talked about Steve. Okay.
Incorrect. Well, yes, correct, but incorrect. She's kind of right. I didn't talk about Erin in the CRT critical race theory video. She is in the transphobia videos, which means out of 3 videos, she's in 2 of them. She just doesn't know it. Huh.
So she wants to talk about things I put out there. That's fine. Everyone has that right, and I welcome it.
But
Really,
fuck
I do.
me anyway.
In fact, I'm a little bummed that more people don't do it. But so I'm not at all concerned about that. I'm just saying why this is now a topic on my channel because my name was involved.
Okay.
Really, and accusations were made against me. Now she can talk about things I put out there. So long.
You mean the thing and the accusation that you said was correct? That one? That accusation? The one where you said you were gonna have a meet and greet around your court shit? That one? Lady. I'm not concerned. 2 hours later.
As she talks about things I actually put out there, because really what she recited or what she conveyed is not anything I actually put out there.
Yes, it is.
It's
You already
just
said it
what
was.
I don't know. It's not at all anything I put out there. It's just a fucking flat out lie. That's the problem.
But yet you said that. What do you mean?
Oh, well, she lied about me, about things I said on my stream. She wants to sit there and accuse me of planning something out, some get together on the courthouse steps or whatever it is, however she worded that, when what I said was no, any kind of get together would have to be somewhere else, like a city somewhere in the center of the country. And I gave no specific city. And it would have to be after I conducted my business.
But it was while you were there for your hearing in court. To bring up the Sturgis comparison again, he always does this shit too, where he looks at somebody's video title and thumbnail and criticizes it without watching the video. Man, could you imagine criticizing something without ever having watched it? That might make you bitch made.
So if she's gonna, replay what it is I said, then she should replay what I said.
The video
I mean,
wasn't
she
about
doesn't
you.
have to, no. But that just makes her a fucking liar.
No, it doesn't!
But whatever, she has every...
I don't have to play the video. If I don't play the video, it doesn't inherently mean that I'm lying. If I lie about what was actually said, then yes, I would be lying. But I didn't lie. What I did was I paraphrased, and you said that you said that thing. You agreed with me that you said that thing. And then we also played it for you. And you did say that thing. Do I need to play it again? Chat, do we play it again? Do we play it again, Dill? What are we at right now? We're at, what, 1 hour, 46 minutes, and 15 seconds. We're play it again, Dill!
Wouldn't it be awesome if the drama community could just, all go on vacation together? Almost like a convention or something, like DramaCon or something, I don't know. But, and just, Kay was like, oh, that would be fucking crazy. Well, the place I'm going for a court date, I'm not going to reveal right now, but the place I'm going for a court date, I'm not going to reveal right now, but the place I'm going for a court date, I'm not going to reveal right now, but obviously if this ends up being something that people want to do, then I'm going to have to reveal the date anyways.
So she's going to have to tell people where she's going to her fucking court date so they can hold the DramaCon, which means she hasn't told anybody yet, but is going to.
Something that people want to do, then I'm going to have to reveal.
And if you tell people the state, then they're going to be able to look up the case, which means they're going to know which court you're in, because that's public information. Erin, I don't think you understand the amount of information you actually put out on the internet.
State anyway. I'm going to have to reveal the state anyway. I'm going to have to reveal the state anyways. I'm going to have to reveal the state anyways. But the place I'm going is just about in the middle of the country. Just about in the middle of the country. But the place I'm going is just about in the middle of the country. The United States it is. So, what if we all did actually have some sort of DramaCon or something? Not an actual convention, because that takes a lot of planning and time and money and shit, and all things I don't have, especially since my money's getting tied up elsewhere throughout this trip. But and of course I don't want anyone to get this twisted. Any place where this would be held would not be in the same location as my hearing, because that's not why anyone would be there. They don't need to know. And it would be after the hearing, so I don't want anyone to be scared or worried, because that's not going to happen. But it could be an hour away from there.
She literally admits that it could come off as intimidating and scary to the person.
Or something, because it could be an hour away from there or something, because it could be an hour away from there or something, because there's a major city that's about an hour. It could be an hour away from there or something, because there's a major city that's about an hour away. There's another one that's 2 hours away. There's another one that's 2 hours away. But it could be there.
I could probably triangulate just with
it could be a 1 night, 2 night thing or whatever. I don't want to say it's a meet and greet, because this ain't about me. It should be about myself, other creators, and the viewers. Anyone who participates, and the viewers. Anyone who participates and who wants to be there. That's who this will be about. So yeah, it could be kind of like a meet and greet amongst YouTube users in the community. Oh, we could call it.
I'm gonna pause it there because I don't care what they're gonna call it. It's really stupid. So, what did I lie about again? What were we at? 140... What did I say? Oh, thank you. 146.15. 46.
Liar.
Yes, I'm just a liar.
Whatever. After I conducted my business. So if she's gonna, replay what it is I said, then she should replay what I said. I mean, she doesn't have to, no. But that just makes her a fucking liar. but whatever. She has every right to be a liar.
Thanks.
Whatever.
What do you
Well,
guys
I think I already answered that. She doesn't owe me anything. This isn't about owing people. And she is, just because you have a right to do something doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. And I don't give a fuck, even if people think it is. I'm going to talk about it if I want. That's all I'm doing. I am of the belief that if you want to do things that tarnish your reputation, your credibility, that's fine. You have every right to.
I ain't stopping you.
Just like I have every right to point that out. That's all that's happening here. I don't know why you're trying to make this into something it's not. No one said anyone has to not talk. No one said anyone has to shut up. I don't know why you're trying to make it sound like she doesn't. I'm saying she doesn't have a right.
You did that to the commenter, though.
What's your point? She has every right. I mean, that doesn't make it right, but she has every right. I mean, she has every right to be as much big of a liar as she wants.
She's real mad. Forget who she's talking
that's
to
my
at
opinion.
this point. So this is a problem when you're doing live streams like this and you don't put chat on the screen, and sometimes chat isn't available. You need to read out the comments. Like, there's a reason why when I'm responding to something that you guys have said, I read out loud what you've said. Like, I would recommend doing that in the future. Does the lady protest too much? Maybe. Perhaps. She already said, the thing. I don't know why she's trying to say
I disagree with that statement, Edward. You saying you don't want any trouble. I disagree with that. I think you do. I'm not going to give you trouble. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. But I think that I don't think that your intention here is to not cause any trouble. So, but that's fine though. You have every right to come in here and cause trouble if you want.
Oh, that's a good point, Manya. I thought Erin was the one with a hearing for a restraining order, not you. So whose reputation is this about? That's a good point. She's really mad at her commenters. She doesn't really like anybody, like, I don't know, disagreeing or pushing back or asking clarifying questions. Sus.
It's my decision whether or not I want to put up with it. Right now, I'm entertaining it. That may very well remain to be the case. I don't know. We'll see. But
now?
Sure.
Wow. I can hear somebody's phone ringing in the background.
No, she called it witness intimidation.
No, I didn't.
See, because that wasn't ever stated. In fact, I emphatically went out of my way to not give that impression at all. Because I didn't care. I didn't want anyone.
I said it wasn't. I said if this is swatting, then this is witness intimidation. In a video where I'm saying this is not swatting, I mean this is not witness intimidation. Although, again, as I've explained it at this point, I mean, yeah, it could definitely be considered like fucking around with the court or like intimidating the it wouldn't be a witness though, it would be like, it'd be fucking with the person who's going after you for harassment and a restraining order. So it would be tampering with that, but I don't know what the technical heading would be. I'm sure I could look it up, but I don't care to at this point.
To be involved in my business there.
Even you said what you were presenting could be seen as scary to the people involved in the court. You said that in the video that we watched of you saying this stuff. Who's the liar here? Is it me? Am I the liar? Am I delusional? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I was expressing my concerns because I felt like if I put the information out there, then just other people knowing about it might, just the knowledge of it might give me a little bit of ease or maybe even a little bit of protection. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking exactly, but
you felt like you needed protection from the person that you are going to defend yourself from a restraining order against from your fan base? From your viewers? You want the viewers to protect you? What the fuck? Who are you needing protection from? The court? What are you, Donald Trump?
You think they're gonna raid the jailhouse for you? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you need protection from? The law? Huh? Bruh. She needs protection from herself. I need forehead protection.
I felt more at ease by just putting it out there.
And again, you knowing that what you were saying could be intimidating, because you said it could be scary in the video, still took your own feelings and safety and emotional state into consideration above the very real legal repercussions that you may be facing, so much so that you made it worse. You made it worse for yourself. Oh, we're almost done here. We got 3 minutes left.
That's all I was doing there. This is why I went out of my way and said anything else about the DramaCon after I conduct my business and somewhere else. But in the area, the general vicinity.
But in the area, in the general
center of the
city, in the general
That's what I
time, because it needs to be
so
while
for
I'm there
anyone to then take
anyway.
it to mean something other than that is purposeful.
No.
In my opinion, it was intentful. In my opinion.
DramaCon! Hashtag DramaCon! Let's go! We're all going to court! Oh, Lord.
Yes, you did speak your mind.
You do understand though, right, that if you say that you're gonna hold a convention around and about this thing that you need protection from and want support for, but it's gonna happen after that thing, it means that everybody now knows when that thing and where that thing is taking place. Which means that you're enabling your fans without saying so to show up at this thing. You're like, hey, come and visit me while I'm gonna be in town for this thing, but we are gonna do our meetup at this time and place. But you've made the information public about where you are and that you're freaked out and you want support that is encouraging people to show up at your courthouse. Do you think before you say things? And now you're saying that is what you wanted. And you're listing off your intention, and you're listing off your motivation, which means that if Charla gets hold of this, which I can only assume she has, because I do not know why her and her lawyers would not be watching you like a fucking hawk. All of this lends to you freaking her out on purpose, because you had said that it would be scary. And you're doing it anyway because it makes you feel better and you need protection. How many fans am I allowed to bring to my restraining order trial? Yeah, did you get paperwork for that?
Agreed with you, your conclusions and the things you were stating or whatever, but and you were allowed to remain here and speak your mind. So I don't. What more were you expecting?
You said you wanted people and everybody was welcome, and that you wanted to let people say whatever they had to say, and you weren't gonna police their speech. And then somebody said something, and you're like, I disagree with you, and I think that you're here to cause trouble. And you said it in a threatening manner, like like as if they're not allowed to do that. Like what? What the fuck?
I disagreed with you, and I spoke out against some of the things you said. But I did not insult you. I did not ban you. I did not kick you. I did not hide you. I did not do anything else. So what exactly were you expecting above and beyond what it is I did?
You know you can, like, be a jerk to people without using swear words, right? We don't like your kind, right?
I'm curious. Because, I mean, we can disagree. Hell, we can even, like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Argue.
We can even have discourse. We can do that. You don't have to be nice to me necessarily. I don't have to be nice to you necessarily. And then we don't even have to like each other. But I am going to still extend to you respect to a degree, because I feel like that's something I want to do for myself.
Being a condescending dick to somebody in the comment section is not extending them respect, Erin.
Oh.
Goodbye,
what more
cat.
were you expecting?
Best part of the whole stream.
I don't know. Oh, you think it's Menace? Oh, it could be. Could be.
Oh, yeah, no, Ninja, you make a good point. I think that there is something to consider when you're watching somebody's videos, is to consider what they put in the background and what's going on in the general vicinity around them, because that's all intentional. Because they're choosing to leave it there. Like, all those things are intentional. So, like, the clutter that she's got or whatever she's got going on, purple crush or whatever the fuck that is, I don't know, Vaseline, I don't know, whatever. All of this is intentional.
Oh my god, cat.
Cats are the best part of streams. How do you not know that as a streamer? How, as a content creator, you not know that cats are the best thing for the internet?
You can't have any of my drink. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up because my cat wants to get drunk apparently. So I gotta not let that happen.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone though for joining me. I'm
Yeah,
not going to
thanks.
be streaming tonight. I'm
Okay.
probably gonna get something to eat and then I don't know, maybe take a nap.
Do it up.
I don't have anything to
Are
do
you gonna be able
today.
to sleep after this? You're pretty rattled.
So
Good luck.
I'll see you guys tomorrow though.
All right, cool. Thanks.
So
Bye.
thanks for being here and have a good evening. I'll be around though online.
I thought you were going for a nap.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, man. I don't know. Gosh. That was one video. We have a whole nother video to go through, but we have been live for 5 hours. So having a giggle at her is a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe I got 5 hours of that. Damn, easy content, easy game, easy life. Holy shit. Oh, did I lose? How badly would you say? I don't know. I got pretty pwned there, guys. There's a pretty. I got skunked that game. Slam dunk. Maybe it's a height problem. Like, I'm not so good at basketball because I'm too short. Actually, I did do quite a. I played a little bit in school, but that was a very long time ago. I was small. Hard to dribble away from me. Got that hand-eye coordination. Oh boy, oh boy. So, what are you guys' thoughts? What do you think of that? What do you think? You guys think that I got my ass beat? You think I've been pwned hard enough? I don't know, I feel like I've lost. Think she's a silly Billy? Yeah. I thought it was entertaining. Hopefully you guys were entertained for 5 hours. God damn. She was definitely, like, rattled for sure. Oh, my goodness. I gotta say, like, as much as I kind of figured that video would maybe ruffle a feather or two, I did not expect her to drop so much, like, incriminating shit. My goodness. Oh, goody. Why would you say, like, 90% of that? Oh, God. Anyway, I think my conclusion is that, public videos are public also. Yeah, go figure. Who'd have thought? Once it's on the internet, it's there forever. Lawsuits are public. Who'd have thought? Meaning your addresses are public, and then as soon as you say you're involved in a lawsuit, people can search your name in registries to find your information. How bizarre. No, don't take me back to the time of Moria. Well, I mean, quite frankly, I would personally want to delete that video just because I'm embarrassed by because that was embarrassing. Oh yeah, definitely go to Dapper's. Go over to Dapper. We'll take a break for while Dapper is live, and then we'll come back. Go for another 5 hours. I may or may not have drinks available to me. Take what, a 2-hour break, and then we'll be back? Does it sound good? What do you guys think I should put this on YouTube? What do you think? You think this is a tuber? You think I should drop a 5-hour stream just laughing my ass off at this woman? You think that's a good idea? I don't know, man.
You think you would like that? All right, we'll discuss in our super secret Discord. You know, the one that's public. You know, this one right here. That link, right there. That one. Oh no. All right, the Goblin Goober Squad. That's fucking yeah. The one with my face on it. That one. The one with my stupid giggle in the fucking thing. Oh god. That picture should be in previous art if you scroll up far enough. If you want it, like the smiling, grinning goblin, that one. I think it's that one. Alright, we'll wrap it up here. We'll see if this makes it onto YouTube or not. We'll see. I'm not gonna edit it. I don't give a shit. This is such low effort content for me. I don't care. I don't care. I was here for a giggle. We have one other video that we can look at. But I don't know if we should do it today or next time, because, like, it's nice to have low-effort content in your back pocket for later, you know what I mean? Oh, remember us using that one laughing soundbite in the Hangout? I do. It's still there. And it's also burned in the back of my mind. Thank you, Bulbasaur. You gave us a Nanberry. Alright. I'll get out of here. Please go to Vagary's link. Dapper is live. Go say hi. Tell him it's from me. We're basically doing an unofficial Twitch raid. So we're raiding from Twitch to YouTube. I'm gonna get on out of here. I'll see you guys there. And then I might be back later tonight. And we can do the other video. See how we're feeling about it. Thanks for joining me if you lasted this long. Greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna get on out of here. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye!